Good morning and hi and welcome to everyone to MAHSA University's International Conference, MAHSA International Conference on Industrial Revolution, Information and Communication Technology 2021, MIRIICT 2021, which is being held on the 12th and the 13th of November 2021. This conference is organized by the Faculty of Business, Finance and Information Technology at MAHSA University. My name is Tara Ahmed and I will be your host for this event. We are very honored to have each and every one of you here with us today. But before we commence our event, I would like to invite Mr. Muhammad Uzair bin Muhammad Zain to recite the dua.
الفاتحة. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. اللهم إنا بالإيمان وأمتنا بالإيمان وشرنا بالإيمان جنة مع الإيمان. اللهم اغفر لنا ذنوبنا ولوالدينا وارحمهما كما ربيانا صغيرا وجميع المسلمين والمسلمات والمؤمنين والمؤمنات الأحياء برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين. اللهم إنا نسألك السلامة في الدين وعافية في الجسد وزيادة في العلم وبركة في الرزق توبة قبل الموت ورحمة عند الموت ومغفرة بعد الموت. اللهم هون علينا في سكرة الموت نجاة من النار ولفظ الحساب. اللهم على ذكرك وشكرك وحسن عبادتك. ربنا ظلمنا أنفسنا وإن لم تغفر لنا وترحمنا كنا من الخاسرين. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار. اللهم إنا أسألك علما نافعا ورزقا طيبا وعملا متقبلا. وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم. الحمد لله رب العالمين.
Thank you so much, Mr. Uzair Amin. And now I would like to invite Associate Professor Dr. Syriac Nelly Kunel Devasia, the Dean of the Faculty of Business, Finance, Information Technology, and Hospitality at MAHSA University to give us the welcoming speech. Dr. Syriac.
Good morning and thank you, Tara. It's indeed a pleasure today morning to be with all of you, to welcome each and every one of you to this conference. Honorable Vice Chancellor, MAHSA University, Professor Dr. Ikram Shah, Prof. Allah Kesurao, Senior Director Academics, MAHSA University, Prof. Dr. Sri Kumar Chakravarti, Director, Postgraduate Studies, Research, Innovation and Enterprise, MAHSA University, esteemed speakers of the day, respected directors, deans, invited guests, presenters, participants, colleagues, members of staff and students, committee members, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to welcome all of you to MAHSA International Conference on Industrial Revolution, Information and Communication Technology, or MIRICT 2021. The theme of this year's conference is Moving Closer to Digital Transformation of Business. The whole world is revolving around the 9 pillars of IR 4.0, namely Big Data and Analytics, Augmented Reality, Additive Manufacturing and 3D Printing, Cloud Computing, Cybersecurity, System Integration, Internet of Things, Autonomous Robots and Simulation, and hence this conference is all the more important for us. This conference brings in thoughts and ideas from some of the prominent leaders from both academic and industry. I'm sure that the presentations made on the above tracks would bring novel solutions and knowledge to all stakeholders. It would be an incomplete welcome note without saying a few words about my faculty. The Faculty of Business, Finance, Information Technology, and Hospitality has a wide range of programs from diploma, bachelor's, and master's programs. Recently, we have added PhD in Management and Doctor of Business Administration to our list. Our faculty offers career-focused and industry-driven programs to help learners to pursue studies in various fields. The faculty's programs are centered around KSA, that is knowledge, skills, and attitude, to equip learners with all the necessary 21st century life skills that are integrated with IR 4.0. Our faculty's overarching emphasis on research and the use of various technological and andragogy tools help learners to be up to date with current market trends and be industry ready upon graduation. We continuously nurture our learners to have the ability to apply, analyze, and evaluate various information with the capability to handle complex situations and seek alternative solutions. This MAHSA 2021 conference, in fact, is one of the tools to achieve this mission. MAHSA's philosophy of Be More enables our faculty to provide learners with a dynamic range of masterclasses, pride, professional industry-driven education programs, and other professional certifications in order to equip everyone with life skills. Besides these, we also focus on nurturing learners' digital, numeracy, interpersonal communication, and leadership skills. These skills are vital, especially when managing a company or a team. Hence, we not only build future leaders, but also carve out committed entrepreneurs who would have developed key competencies to operate in the global business market. Our faculty's emphasis on ethical decision making and professionalism helps students to master skill sets that set them apart in the business world. Our innovative andragogy methods and the move towards blended learning help students to learn effectively and apply their knowledge in real life scenarios. Our industry experienced and well qualified academic team helps students to understand the latest trends in the business and IT world, providing an added advantage. Our collaborations with other public universities such as UITM for research and academic exchange is another example of our commitment to provide excellent academic exposure to our students. We also have international collaborations with Changchun Christian University, Taiwan, St. Joseph's College, India, SHMS Swiss Hotel Management School, HIM Hotel Institute, Montreal, Switzerland, and Dhaka International University, Bangladesh. Thus, I can confidently say that this MAHSA 2021 conference is well aligned to the faculty's vision and mission of creating new knowledge and competent professionals. I take this opportunity on behalf of all the members of the conference organizing committee to extend our deepest gratitude in advance to all those who have contributed to make the MAHSA 2021 conference a rousing success, namely our guests, speakers, session chairs, and you, our presenters and participants. Thank you for your dedication and perseverance during these challenging times. It is through your efforts that we have been able to pivot the MAHSA 2021 to this level. Once again, I take this opportunity to welcome each and every one of you to this conference. Thank you and stay safe.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you so much. And we also would like to thank you and your good self for your presence here today. But now it is our honor to invite Prof. Sri Dr. Prof. Prof. Dr. Sri Kumar Chakrabarti, the Director of Postgraduate Studies, Research and Innovation at MAHSA University, to give the opening speech. But before that, please allow me, on behalf of the faculty, to congratulate Prof. Sri for his remarkable achievement for being awarded the Malaysia's Visionary Education Leaders of 2021 Awards by Education Stalwarts. Prof. Sri?
Thank you, Ms. Lara. I hope you all can hear me. Ms. Tara, Prof. Syriac, Prof. Allah, Dr. Vice Chancellor, and distinguished members of the event today. And today's conference is actually a special one because it focuses on IR 4.0, and IR 4.0 is what everybody is talking about these days. But me being a doctor, I would actually like to talk about humans for a change. Now, a little bit of medical stuff right now. The human brain, our brain has 1 billion neurons. And each neuron connects with the other neurons so that there are 1 trillion connections. Now, what does this mean to a layman? Which means we have 1 million GB of space in our brains. 1 million gigabyte of space. Fantastic, isn't it? But having said that, this brain with 1 million gigabyte space by next year is going to be replaced by a robot with a 1 gigabyte space in the brain, in its brain. So that is what IR 4.0 is all about. We've all gone through the World Economic Forum 2020, which says, as Dr. Syriac, that high-speed mobile internet, artificial intelligence, big data, cloud technology. Now, all this is going to come in to help civilization to move further and with more better precision, but at the same time, 25% of the world's workforce is going to lose jobs. In fact, the same World Economic Forum and McKinsey report says that by 2022, because of all this automation, we are going to replace 800 million workers, which is up to 30 to 50% of all our full-time staff. So then what is the use of having brains with 1 million gigabyte of space? I mean, are we all going to be retrenched? Now, there are many reports on various forums that have said that these are the top 5 jobs that are most likely to be retrenched. These are the bottom 5 jobs that are the least likely to be retrenched. And among these, in industries with the jobs that are least likely to be automated are teaching, like all of us, upper management, politics, hospitality, and if I remember, healthcare, of course, and science and engineering. So all of these are in a situation which are least likely to be automated. Every other job can be automated or would be automated. Having said that, even these 5 jobs will be automated but are least likely, which means there will be a certain amount of automation and AI introduced in these jobs. Now, what does this mean? This means that we are not going to lose our jobs. It doesn't mean that, doesn't sound depressing that we are going to lose jobs, but this actually sort of represents a change where the displaced employees, if they have the right skills, they could take on more beneficial roles, which is why now we are focusing on finer skills, TVET and Panjana courses, where we develop the other vocational skills so that these people could take on other roles. So AI and automation is going to allow employees to carry out more jobs. This could be even more productivity enhanced. So we can have new roles. For example, all these years, this guy in Toyota, his role was just to take a door in the assembly point and connect it to the main frame. Take a door, connect it to the main frame, or take a steering wheel, connect it into the socket. Steering wheel, connect it into the socket. He does it thousands of times a day. This person, for a change, is going to work with robots that do the job. All he needs to know is change his mindset and improve his skills so that he works with computers, with machines, using spreadsheets and so on, so that he knows how the robots can work, and his role is more of a supervisory role. In other words, he becomes like a leader for robots. Now, workers will be more open to change. So we will have more flexibility. Gone are the days when a person will have to travel all the way from maybe here to Penang to fix something when he could control it remotely from here. So many people will start working remotely from home. In fact, this conference itself is remote. Now, all this comes with advantages and disadvantages. Until last year, we had conferences in wonderful places like Bangkok, Kuala Lumpur, Singapore, Tokyo, and all that. The advantages were you go in the daytime and attend the conference, evening you can go sightseeing. But now, the advantages you're attending a conference on a laptop, disadvantages you can't sightsee because in the evening you're back at home. But you have the other advantage you can minimize the conference screen, just listening to what you want, and you can multitask. So the number of physically demanding jobs is going to decrease, but flexibility is going to increase. More of we need people to problem solve, customization. I don't need to go to H&M or Padini to buy clothes anymore because I can buy it from H&M or Padini. All this is part of AI. And once I search for H&M and Padini, I start getting more inquiries on Google that keep popping up and telling me about sales. So that is what is in store for us, and that is what we're going to listen to in the proceedings for the day. But the carry home message is despite all technology, yeah, it still comes down to us people and values. We need to shape a future for us. We should not forget that we need to have direct interaction with people as well. And the humane concern is something that technology can't replace. And me as a doctor, you all as business and management people, need to ensure that. So, ladies and gentlemen, I have gone through the proceedings today, and I can see that the scientific conference has a very interesting program. We have wonderful speakers from a lot of places. I had a chance to interact with the speakers a while ago before we started, and this conference is going to be on all the latest developments in IR 4.0. And I'm really keen and enthusiastic to listen to what all is in store, and I would like to learn more about the session as well. And I would like to extend my congratulations to Dr. Syriac and his team, and Max and Marcom for their commendable effort. And once again, lastly, I would like to thank all the participants for participating in this conference and extend a warm welcome to our local and international visitors and participants as well. Thank you and have a nice day.
Thank you, Prof. Sri. Thank you so very much. I would like now to invite Prof. Dato Dr. Ikram Shah bin Ismail, the Vice Chancellor of MAHSA University, to give us the inaugural address speech. Good morning, Dato Ikram.
Good morning. Thank you, Tara. Distinguished guests, speakers, conference committee members, paper presenters, participants, ladies and gentlemen. I'm happy to be with you here online at MAHSA International Conference on Industrial Revolution, Information and Communication Technology, or MIR ICT Conference 2021, organized by the Faculty of Business, Finance and Information Technology. The main objective of this conference is to support the theme moving closer to digital transformation of business, which is rightly chosen at an IR 4.0 era when the intelligent machines and digital domains are establishing a seamless connection between the real and digital worlds. The ongoing digital revolution is a combination of Industry 4.0 and the Internet of Things, which offers probably the greatest opportunity for our economy to move towards a brighter future. Today, all kinds of devices from autonomous lawnmowers to thermostats or lamps to cars or even simple kitchen appliances are capable of contacting other gadgets or data sources via the internet, which was unimaginable only a few years ago, but is very normal today. Today, it is time to make industrial production more agile, intelligent, and efficient. This is done by endowing machines with the ability to develop themselves in a diverse range of forms and configurations. These machines now have the capability of communicating with other systems or other machines via the cloud. This is how electronic commerce or e-commerce is setting new standards and challenging brick and mortar retailers today. Fast delivery, maximum variety of products, and absolute price transparency, combined with seamless logistics, are convincing advantages for online consumers. Smooth logistics necessitate digitalization of the supply chain and the implementation of automation solutions in warehouses. Business models in e-commerce demand highly flexible supply chains with a holistic approach that permits the seamless integration of retail, finance, and logistic processes into one transparent entity. Against this backdrop, solutions in e-commerce have to meet many demands simultaneously. The demands and needs today range from the interests of exclusively online retailers through to classic retail outlets and a distribution services provider or brand name manufacturer. IRICT conference has provided a platform for researchers, academicians, and practitioners from all over the world to present their research results in the fields related to information and communication technology subjects. We have experts from University of Technology Petronas, Tech Mahindra, SRM University, Skyline University College, Dell Technologies, Standard Chartered, FinTech Venture, Mezzanine Solutions, and Insurtech from Malaysia, Singapore, India, UAE, who will deliver speeches at this conference. I'm happy to note that the participants, both national and international, have been spaced under many themes. Such conferences are a great opportunity for future research collaborations and interactions. I would like to wish this event a good success and extend my thanks to the organizing team from the Faculty of Business, Finance, and Information Technology. I also thank the MAHSA team for their continued support. I welcome all the local and international participants and hope that their upcoming sessions will be fruitful with all your scientific deliberation. With these words, it is my privilege and honor to declare this conference open. I wish all the very best to all speakers, presenters, and participants. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ikram. Thank you so much. It is a great pleasure for me to introduce now our first keynote speaker of the day, Mr. Randeep Kapoor, Chief Technologist, Evangelist, and Advisor at Dell Technologies, Global Smart City Alliance, and KBCA Singapore, who is going to speak to us about the impact of digital transformation on smart cities and IRICT businesses. Mr. Randeep Kapoor has over 22 years of progressive experience in designing and developing enterprise solutions for global customers across multiple domains. He specializes in transforming customers to their digital journey by identifying key disruptions and uncertainties in their businesses due to change in the market, customer experiences, new entrants, redefining collaborations, complex challenges, and technological breakthroughs. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Randeep.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. First, on behalf of Dell Technologies, KBCA, Global Smart City Alliance, and Aduhurst Global Partners team, I would like to thank the Honorable Conference Board, the Executive Committee, Organizing Technical IT and Multimedia Committee at MAHSA University for giving us the opportunity to present at MAHSA International Conference on the Industrial Revolution and Communication Technology. My name is Randeep Kapoor, and I bring with myself the experience in designing and developing enterprise solutions. I specialize in transforming customers onto their digital journey by identifying the key disruptions and uncertainties in their businesses due to the change in the market or customer experiences, or maybe due to new entrants or competitors in the business that are threatening the challenges or the businesses of our customers, or redefining the technological collaborations and the landscapes that help to resolve complex IT and operational challenges. Any other technologies background, we really work into it and we get into the deep sides of it to always help our customers. What you see in front of you on the screen is me, at real time experiencing various solutions for various customers. You would see me in front of you, some of the different uniforms that I've been wearing, with different kind of experimentations or different kind of prototypes or solutions that we have been implementing on the ground. For example, when it is a chemical industry, we are looking at how the logistic problems can be solved for the chemical industry, or it may be an aerospace or a defense industry where we're looking at command and control centers, how they can be helping the industry. Or there might be smart city solutions such as Takashiba Smart City or Takasaki Manufacturing Hub, or a religious event that is the one of the massive religious event across the whole world such as Hajj, how they have been handling the safety security of the event. And there are solutions such as solutions around airports where safety, security, workforce management, and so many other things all around. So you see me in action in various different uniforms across the board. I do hold various professional and recognition appointments, honorary appointments with various industries such as with KPA, with Korea Police Academy, Kim Jae-gyu Police Academy, with INCHI, with Smart Campus Forum back in the GSA as a chief technologist, or an associate member or an advisor to South Korea Blockchain Association. You should be able to learn more on this via various social blogs, published white papers, or posts tagged on my LinkedIn profile. Some real-time deep delivery and deep insights on each of them is available. For instance, tomorrow, if you would like to seek any advice to understand each of these, I shall be happy to deep dive into this. For instance, it may be for an advice or a guidance for your research or for study purposes. At the bottom of the slide, I have also shared my LinkedIn tag and hash connector. Please feel free to connect in case of any help. I shall be happy to help if required. Today, in my keynote session, I'll be sharing my experience on the impact of digital transformation on smart cities and IRCT businesses. Let's get started with some light slides initially. First, let's understand what is digital transformation. We are currently undergoing once in the lifetime technology shift, which will transform every industry, every business in the world. This trend is called digital transformation. It's an evolving at a pace that none of us has experienced. And this is just the beginning. The digital transformation process is the fundamental changing the way you are thinking about your business today. It involves shifting your business investment from older technologies and business strategies to investing into new innovative business models based on the latest emerging technologies, solutions, and platforms. This is what that has to be offered. Now let's understand who is driving the change. As we always hear, customer is the king. Let's understand who is the customer here. Is it the Gen Z, born between 1995 to 2015? Or is it the millennials between 1980 to 1994? Or is it the Gen X between 1965 to 1979? Or the baby boomers? Digital transformation is a necessity to stay competitive, as we need to address customer expectations before your competitors does it, or you may impact your business. Digital transformation will have a big impact on your business. You will be able to make more money. You will be able to apply best business technologies, best strategies, improve end-to-end productivity, beat competition, and continue to serve the happy customer. Similar message has been illustrated by few of the cartoon publishers such as Stature, Bill Porter, Business Illustrator, Tom Fuber, or many more over here in my presentation. Maybe in the future, for example, over here, we might see our next generation, questioning us, what is cash? And here is an example over here. Apparently, you can buy things with something called cash. Maybe a statement coming out somewhere in the future. Same way, when we look at cloud in our traditional or legacy, world, we look at cloud, the beauty, the nature. The current generation comes up and wakes up with a cloud of music, cloud of files, cloud of AWS, Azure, or Dell Cloud. At the same time, what we see is all the legacy technologies, everything has been changing, everything has been evolving, and it's always the center line is the customer. The customer is the focus, the customer experience is the key thing, and the advertising, the promotion, the relationship, everything within an organization, everything starts from a customer. The change is absolute. Let's look at the story of these five mouses where, let's say, within a logistic industry, they are looking at their digital transformation journey. They know there is a problem. They know that it needs to be fixed. They know there can be ways to do it, but all they are figuring out that what they need to do, or could they do something better than what is happening today over there. So every organization and business has its own challenges, maybe internal challenges, which might be departmental, which might be functional, which might be partner ecosystems or other things, or maybe external with the supply chain, with the management, or with the external partner ecosystems over there. Just like our hand, all fingers are not on the same length, but when we make a fist, all stands equal. Just at the same sense, digital transformation becomes easy when we bend and adjust the business by applying the right business innovative strategy with the best match of emerging technology, solution, and platform. Let's take an example of logistic company and understand some of the constant challenges they face. They have got a massive ecosystem over here whereby they start from collecting the inventory, collecting the shipments, and then tracking them, posting them, shipping them, and finally delivering them. During the same time, there is a lot of challenges such as lack of insight of the real-time inventory movement, end-to-end supply chain visibility from partners and the ecosystem, address customer delivery expectations. There are different customers expecting different. There are customers who are active. They really want to know what's exactly happening with their shipment, where is it, and when is it reaching. And there are customers who are actually clocking on the time because they are running behind of this delivery which needs to be delivered, and they need to act on their timelines based on the delivery that's going to come out. So, or the business running, sometimes the businesses are running on traditional applications or legacy technologies. There are cyber risks, there is staff shortage, there is cost pressure. There's too much of silo applications or increase in the cost, which needs to be monitored based on, for example, fuel prices, based on taxes, and so many different kind of pressures that operationally, keep challenging the logistic organization. We'll deep dive into the logistic organization here in the example a little bit more. But first, we'll understand what are the stages of transformation. Most organizations today, they are in a point of view whereby they are looking at whether they should be adopting the digital transformation or they should be moving, they should be planning towards it in terms of defining that maybe I want to divide my business into small different departments and then solve the problem. Or should I, do it in a bulk way whereby, I completely transform my business? There are businesses which are really bargaining within the department, saying that, my business is more big priority and I need to be, digitally transformed first, and then this can, give, importance to various other departments which are interdepartment. At the same time, there are departments who are definitely not looking forward to get digitally transformed because they are expecting that maybe the digital transformation is going to have a loss of manpower, or they might lose jobs, right? Or there are business pressures where the business management is getting into a depression whereby they are saying, if I don't fix this problem now, the problem is my competitors would challenge me and soon I'll be probably having an impact on my business, right? And those who have really understood this better are the players who have already accepted the digital transformation, and they have put down an end-to-end journey. And this journey of digital transformation for them is not a journey whereby they only transform one part of the business. They do transform end-to-end transformation, right? From business to technology to their processes and the people, everything gets transformed. Very recently, there was a lot of change in the digital transformation. I do remember our conversations with various CXOs, CIOs, whereby we were back before in 2018, 2019, we were explaining them the need, the reason, the really, the why do they need to transform. And soon after 2019, every one of us has really seen how the digital transformation has completely transformed the complete industry. We all are working from home. We all are attending this conference. And, just like Siri Datu said, we don't need to fly. We don't need to look at, sightseeing, but we are very much focused. But what is this actually giving? It's giving productivity. It's all helping us to transform and do multiple things and focus at multiple areas and give more big productive and big impact. Going back to the logistic industry, back in 1960, there were a lot of fragmented applications which started consolidating somewhere close to 1980. And this is where the industry started recognizing that all these fragmented applications can be, summed up into three different categories, such as material management, warehousing, or physical distribution. And lately, somewhere in 1990s, soon everyone, when the internet and everything started, everybody started realizing logistic itself as a domain. And within the domain, they started understanding what are the different functions, how all these three different consolidated blocks can be joined together and give a full meaning of logistic. And soon, as the technology and the evolution increased, we got into the supply chain management cycle, whereby we started looking at information technology, strategic planning, ERP, and finance started becoming a centric and more important part of it. The operations and IT were started recognizing, and soon in 2010, a lot of us would have started seeing big data, Hadoop, IT process, a lot of automations coming around workforce, around infrastructure. There were a lot of file transfer, manual to RP, robotics process automation, and infra applications which are put down. With this, soon what we are in the world today and going forward is a world where we are looking at emerging technologies taking the trend. We want to be constantly updated on the movement of our inventory through cloud. We want our shipments to be tracked through various tracker devices. There's going to be GPS, or there's going to be navigational systems that's going to tell us where and what is available. So these are some of the top trends. What I look at in the logistic industry, where IoT, AI, machine learning, robotics, last mile delivery information, warehouse automation, workforce monitoring, blockchain, or data analytics or cloud computing kind of industry trends are the ones which are leading the future now. So digital transformation is accelerating the future for all the businesses. And this is well accepted. Let's look at a small example now into a smart cities, moving away from logistic industry. A smart city can have 6 major pillars: a planning pillar, an integrated infrastructure pillar, a governance pillar, a connected environment pillar, human-centric pillar, and safety security pillar. Let's look at one of these pillars, for example, integrated infrastructure. A smart city is not derived just saying that a smart city is a smart city, but it needs a lot of blocks. You need to have smart hospitals, you need to have smart schools, you need to have smart clinics, you need to have smart airports, you may want to have smart stadiums, smart railway stations. At all the times, you need to have something that is going to seamlessly give the best experience to the citizens. And that experience can be achieved by leveraging the right emerging technology, the right solution that is going to solve their business problem. So seamless citizen experience can only be achieved by ensuring the positive outcomes to the citizens and saving better time. When we look at the integrated infrastructure, when we are further focusing, it's really about the smart living. If an integrated infrastructure has been put correctly, it is going to make the life of our citizens more happy. It's going to keep them more safe. It's going to keep them more updated with all kind of information, all kind of connect points that are available within city. For example, smart hospitals, smart clinics, education system, or maybe optimized energy or utility system. Same way, when we look at safety and security, smart society looks at warning in terms of if there are calamities, or there is any weather issues, or there is anything related to any emergency response, or there are efficient track and trace of the citizens, or better policing of crime, or reducing the crime rates, and improving the citizen safety while they are in the railway stations or public places, or even in a shopping mall. So across, right? So that is what a smart city does bring. But this does not come just by doing everything in a straight shot, in one shot. Everything is broken down into multiple small different kind of silo applications, and this is what has been illustrated over here. The digital transformation in smart city has been broken down into multiple different modules, multiple different horizontal and vertical systems. Each of these horizontal and vertical systems report back into various kind of command and control centers, and these command control centers give the centralized authorities, which is the master command and control authority, to manage the communication between all of these departments. Let's look at smart parking over here at the bottom of the screen. So very soon we have started seeing cars getting stacked up in the urban or in the cities, and this has completely evolved. Now digital transformation and the ideas around the businesses or technologies and the strategies have been talking about vertical or horizontal parking. We are able to track and trace the vehicles, or there are concepts of connected cars. We saw the examples of logistic industry. Again, we are able to convert the waste management from waste to electricity, and we are able to track and trace where the waste is, what is the frequency, right? At the same time, within a city, we are able to see how to have sensors deployed into the smart poles, and save energy by using solar panels. At the same time, whether it's a shopping mall, it's a university, it is a campus, or it is any building, the buildings are getting smarter. We are able to manage the utilities, the energy. We are able to manage the connectivity. We are able to manage the assets. We are able to manage the hawks. We are able to manage the escalators or elevators. All of these are actually getting transformed, and all of these are giving the full definition of a smart city. Same way, what I covered in the previous slide was an example of smart policing also. Now, nowadays we are speaking a lot with our customers, whereby we are talking about deploying such as body cameras for the police, or automating their police vehicles, so that their vehicles are connected to the command and control centers, so that they are vigilant about what is happening across. So not only as a citizen I can dial, let's say, 911, or I can dial any emergency response number, but that emergency response center goes back and connects to the city authorities, and police being one. Maybe it is police, maybe it's a fire brigade, or maybe it's an ambulance service, or maybe it's a coastal guard. But based on various kind of emergency response, what is required, the city central administration is able to say that what kind of service needs to be deployed and how they can make the best use of each of it. Same way, we are looking at a lot of congestion and other things in the cities, which is now getting automated, whereby with the deployment of ANPRs and automatic number plate licensing systems, or detecting a vehicle where the movement of the vehicle is going on, or tracking the blacklisted, or tracking those people who are moving around the airports and they are also blacklisted over there, or blacklisted vehicles or people. So you see, the technology has been helping us to take various use cases and put these use cases by just playing around with the Lego pieces of our modules and components in such a way that we can deploy these solutions across everywhere. But how does this happen? This basically happens with the help of the fuel. And the fuel over here is the emerging technologies. These emerging technologies act as a fuel that not only beats the legacy, but also beats the slow. And if this fuel, which is for example, IoT, for example, robotics process automation, and if this fuel is correctly combined with the business, for example, coming up with inventory management problem, coming up with driver behavior problems on the road, or monitoring smart lights or traffics to reduce the cost on the traffic, deployment of assets on the road and other things, or shipment delivery back in the logistic industry we talk about. So this helps us the correct match and the correct balance of technology, of emerging technologies, and the business problem and functions is actually the key that gives us the success transformation that can be applied by achieving the right solution to every unique industry problem. So there is a 360-degree. So what you see is 360-degree transformation in the business that is happening across all the industry. And this actually is just like every piece of data is very important. And it's very correct to say that if the right technology is put into the right place, the right solution and the business can harness the power of data. The data over here in across, whether it's social media, whether it is an IoT, whether it is any chips or it's a satellite or GPS, when the data is brought together, it actually relieves the secret. And the secret behind the data over here is the ingredient that leads us to help to gain the information that is sitting behind each and every data point. And each byte of information helps us to understand what is the knowledge. So what you see is data is driving the information, information is driving the knowledge, and the knowledge over here is evolving various AI models and smart algorithms. Look at LinkedIn, look at YouTube, or look at Twitter. Previously, there used to be a lot of massive hype surrounded, whereby these guys have really transformed their business, whereby they are using the service or the digital transformation business in so smartly that they are able to control the complete business without investing anything into the content over here. Same is an example of Uber. Same is an example where we looked at back in Malaysia how Uber was taken over by Grab, and how they digitally transformed the whole business by responding back to the customer's need immediately. So it's all about how digitally we can enable our business, how quickly we can transform and respond back to our customers, and get to the point where we can save the cost, we can give the business at much cheap cost, and we can give better services to our customers. Let's look at some of more industry trends and examples over here. Digital transformation with the help of AI-enabled smart surveillance and computer vision platforms and solutions has been really changing the industry. And this is not only changing the retail industry, it's also changing the surveillance industry, safety surveillance industries, which is again cutting across multiple industries such as airports, manufacturing industry, such as healthcare, or maybe logistic, transportation, multiple industries. Let's look at an example of fresh produce recognized at a point of sale. Back in the past, when we used to look at the transformation, what we used to look at, we used to go back with our grocery and we used to remember the code which is behind each and every item which we have picked up in a fresh produce. What that used to do is we used to take time in first collecting or remembering the code, going to a machine, and then that machine used to tell us what is the particular price over here. Now look at the solution over here. With the help of computer vision and visual defect detection over here, we are able to identify very clearly what is the produce and what is the customer really going to buy, and what is the cost price around with it. Same way, this concept has been taken forward to the next level, whereby nowadays in shopping malls, what we see, they have got even counters whereby when you are planning to buy your vegetables, it's going to tell you what kind of recipe can be made or can be cooked when you take these vegetables at home. All you need to do is you need to put your vegetable on the kiosks or on the screens over there, and it tells you the right match of this vegetable or this set of combination can help you to make what, and that can tell them what is missing or what is not missing or what are various ideas. So it helps them to manage their work more properly. Same way, just the way I talked in the previous slide, if a child in a shopping mall is lost, you can really track and trace the child, but just by looking at his picture or giving the picture to the security guards and saying that, can you run an algorithm to scan across all the floors of a shopping mall and see where all Mr. Randeep Kapoor or the kid was moving around, right? So, or just in a city, I know the vehicle license number, I know who is it registered to, and where all in the city did it move out. Just with the help of various surveillance cameras, the consolidated command control centers can give us all these answers over here. Back just before the 2019, we do remember how our travel used to be there. We used to get up, in the morning, get into the immigration lines, do our baggage clearances, and then get lot places into the queue. The way now, again, the way machine learning and computer vision has been transforming our business is whereby we really need to just go to the airport, collect our boarding passes. We don't need to really speak to anything. All we are speaking to is machine. We are showing our identity cards, and all those identity cards are getting automatically verified, and this is giving us a seamless experience around in our travel and transport industry. Again, back over here in manufacturing, whenever there is a defect in a manufacturing industry, for example, these bottles are being made up with by this refined oil company, but if there is a defect in any piece, it's very important for them to track and trace each and everything. But with the help of the technology, they can just straight away get to the point, and they can say, okay, these are the defected pieces and I need to take them out during my quality inspection. Same way, there are numerous other examples, and some of the examples are whereby quality inspections, whereby these quality inspections can help them to identify, let's say there is a die which is there, whether the hole or the diameter or the measurement of each and every die is correct or not. Just on the assembly lines, the cameras can pick up these feeds, send it out to the command control center, send it out into the machine learning algorithms and computer vision solutions, whereby they can identify what exactly is the defect. Or just before the packaging, if there is a bottle of let's say Coca-Cola, or there is any particular bottle which is missing out, they can really identify it and alert the packaging department to really focus on those particular blocks, usually because when these productions are happening, these productions are massive. And since these productions are massive, it's very important for them to look at each and every aspect of it. Same way, when I go back to the healthcare industry, machine learning and computer vision has been changing this completely. With the help of computer and image analysis, we are able to detect and diagnose a lot of problems ahead of time, and we are able to say that this is the problem which is going to be bigger very soon, or just or maybe whenever there is a fracture or anything. Usually in the normal legacy world, we go to an X-ray department, and the X-ray department then gives us an X-ray. We go to a doctor, we take his recommendations, and after the recommendations, we plan what the action is going to be there. But with the help of technology today, we are able to identify, let's say the left rib 2 over here on the screen has got a fracture. So you really don't need the doctor to confirm that it is there. It's very clear in the report, and report comes out with the complete synopsis saying that this is what it is. And all the doctor needs to do is he needs to just validate the report. The report is correct or not, because it's coming out from a machine. And very soon, people will start trusting everything from the machine is correct. And it's going to start saying, these are the various procedures, or these are the various recommended solutions or surgeries that you need to perform to fix the problem. Right. So all those great recommendations will keep coming as and when the data is growing and our algorithms are becoming more and more strong. And this is something that is really transforming completely the health industry. And there's not only one thing. It can be heart, it can be kidney, it can be any part within the health industry, and each of these can help each radiologist. It can help the practitioners such as urologists. It can help each and every division over there. And this is the last example whereby I talked about measuring, but apart from measuring whether there is a defect in any piece or not. For example, here I'll take an example of a socket, right? So these are spark plugs, and these spark plugs are getting, just as and when they get manufactured, they're moving around in the manufacturing assembly line. And during the assembly line, it is really looking at whether everything in this particular part is correct or not. And what is coming over here is whereby you look at if a spark plug, which is installed in a scooter, it is installed in a bike, it is installed in a car. If that doesn't function properly, your car or your bike may not start, right? So what's important is the right difference the right measurement between the spark plug and the earthing over there, which is going to create a fraction over there. And that's exactly what computer vision can do for each and every piece that's coming over there. With that, let's move to one of the examples, from a smart campus point of view. And I'd really like to thank Dr. Jaegyu Kim and Dr. James over here to help us, to bring this case study in front of you, whereby this was one of the case study which was done for EduHesh Global Partners and the Ola Ed team together, and our technological teams, where we completely transformed the business of a smart campus. This is what you see in front of you is a smart campus, Kim Jae-gyu smart campus in South Korea, which not only is digitalizing the smart education, the smart facility, the security systems, the health and clinic systems around it. There are various kind of smart parking, mobility, living, and smart agriculture solutions all around with it. We'll soon deep dive into it. But what you look at from the picture very clearly over here is it's a massive campus. And this campus, let's get into the campus first to just to get a view of it. This campus is one of the 8 campuses that they own in South Korea, and the campus hosts, each and every campus has got more than 1,000 plus staff over here. And this can be staff which is getting trained for police trainings, staff ready for their civil service examinations to become a firefighter or a police, or maybe immigration officer, and everything over here it gets is where they get trained. The institute is built in such a way whereby every cadet or every intern or every person comes over here into the institution, stays in the institution for around 6 months to close to 18 months, and the institution takes care of completely the education, the physical development, end-to-end healthcare, each and every activity over there of each and every cadet or intern or the candidate over there. Now here, the campus, what you see over here is they have got dormitories on the left, they have got academic staff, they have got education, they have got gyms, swim pools, they have got physical training areas, they have got lab research areas, they have got smart parkings, they've got everything. So this is an institution. This was completely transformed, what you'll be seeing over here very soon in some of our slides over here. But it was very important for me to bring first a picture for you so that you understand what is the campus we are really going to talk about. And as and when this campus has got large amount of people, handling various kind of situations become very difficult. For example, if there is a fire, how do they evacuate each and every building? How do they inform to each and every candidate or every cadet who is inside the academy over here, right? So there has to be a seamless communication between the lecturers, between the instructors, between the cadets, between the administration staff or the operation staff. Between each one of these, there has to be a lot of these things. And they also have a lot of smart farming and other things, because there's a lot of food and other things which is produced over here. And they like to you make best use of technology by going solar, by using smart farms, and using the best technology over here. Going back, sorry. So I'll go back to over here a point. So what you saw over here is the campus, and this is one of the ideas over here in the campus, whereby each and every point within the campus was digitalized, whether it's a parking area, whether it is a surveillance solutions, whether it is infra related solutions, whether there are smart bins, there are gas tanks. They are able to make proactive decisions. They are able to make their thoughts very clearly, that when was the trash picked up, which bin is filled, which is not full, what is the consumption of electricity over there, what is the consumption of water tanks, or how what is the level of each and every water tank over here. They had the ability to look at the data. They were able to drill down. They were able to slice and dice the data based on various patterns. And these all patterns helped us to build up a lot of AI information. And that AI information was later on transformed into intelligent decision-making systems, right? Whereby they were able to predict what's the right requirement for each of these areas, for each of these functions. And at the same time, with such a massive such a massive academy, and just one of the 8 academies what you're looking at, having 8 buildings over here, each academy has got a lot of assets. And now these assets can be assets within the clinics that they have, or the doctors as a manpower which can run across all these 8 academies. So they can plan what medical equipment is really required or is running short in any of these institutions or academies that they have across within the South Korea, maybe Seoul, maybe at Gwangju or various places. They can also plan which lecturer needs to be appearing in which particular academy, or which doctor needs to be visiting in which particular academy at what point of time. And all this can be done with the help of smart workforce management solutions that have been deployed. At the same time, they are connected very closely with the city administration authorities in terms of police, in terms of fire, in terms of any kind of emergency situations. All of those are very clearly built up over there. All of this comes up with a lot of integrations into command and control centers, which you will see in the subsequent slides. And then I also talked about certain assets. Now those were movable assets, for example, the doctors in the clinic or the assets in the clinic. But there are some non-movable assets, such as water tanks, your gas tanks, your facility ATMs or kiosks which are put over there, the telephone systems which have been put over there. All of those also can be managed. For example, in a water tank, I can look at what is the level of water across all the 8 or 10 tanks which have been deployed across all of this across all the space of the campus. So going back, right? So there are many examples over here. I'll move on, but all of this does not transform just by the snap of hand. This all comes out with the help of lot of knowledge, whereby you understand what is the technology. You do a lot of blueprinting exercises with the team. For example, what you see in the center of the screen at the bottom, whereby me running transformation workshops with various departments. Now this may be an administration department, it can be a healthcare division, it can be their gym team, it can be their physical instructors and physical health monitoring devices which need to be put while they are doing sporting events. All those kind of things can be there. And all that transformation, what you see over here has been helping us to transform the technology in such a way so that when they go to a cafeteria, for example, a kiosk picture over here shows very clearly the attendance management when they are getting into a particular lecture room, or when they even want to order any coffee from the cafeteria. They really don't need to waste their time in the academy. Their 6 months to 18 months is very important, very crucial in the academy over here. We value their time, whether they are in a valuable zone or they are in non-valuable zone. We have defined it very clearly, saying that valuable zones for them is like places like lecturing, places where they are doing studying, and non-valuable zones are places where they probably are doing smoking, or they're doing some kind of external activities, right? Or they are moving outside of the campus for their holiday time, or they're meeting their friends, right? So we monitor each and everything, and every point is an insight that can be brought forward. Same way in the kiosk, going back over here, in the kiosk, they can order a coffee, they can order their lunch, they can plan their food, they can do anything what they would like to eat at a preference, right? Apart from the daily meals that are provided to them or the regular meals which are provided to them, they can make special orders for various things, and they can schedule what they would like to have for maybe a particular birthday or plan something, and the academy supports all of these things for them. What we have deployed over here is a lot of smart watches, a lot of smart water meter sensors. You will see a whole lot of IoT sensors over here. What does this mean? You see PIR sensors, water leakage sensors, you see light VOC, CO2, detecting whether the environment is fine or not, temperature, humidity, pulse monitor for the cadets, whether their heart rate, whether their pulse rate is correct or not, looking at their body mass index, looking at their BMIs, and picking all this information on live. When they're moving around in the campus, we know what is the health situation of each and every cadet over there. We really don't need to call a cadet for a routine checkup. It's all available on the apps. It's all available on the command control center. It's all available on the dashboards over there. And the clinics are always equipped with various kind of health monitoring, remote monitoring devices, whether we need to move the cadet into the clinic, or whether the person can go back to his dormitory, stay in his room. But regardless, he's in the clinic within the academy, or he's in the hospital, of the recommended or advised by the academy. At all times, there are remote monitoring devices which are connected to GPS, which are connected to cloud, is monitoring them. And we can, if they would like us to monitor them while they are at home during the holidays, we can do all of those. So we do respect the privacy, what is the right time, when to monitor, and what is the right sense. There are various kind of surveillance solutions which are put over there. You'll see some of those videos over there, which is looking at intruder detections, which is looking at the heat maps, which is looking at crowding situations. What are various kind of situations over there? Now, all of this is massive with the help of various different IoT sensors. Each IoT sensor speaks a different language. Someone may be using BACnet protocol, some might be using, let's say, MQTT, or some might be using something different, right? The beauty over here with the help of emerging technologies and the digital transformation over here is we are able to augment all 300 or 400 different kind of protocols or from coming out from various communication devices, and then bringing that information in such a way so that they are able to consolidate and report back to the management what action they need to do. There is also an example of a smart pole, smart utility, and other things. Some of the demonstrations that we did with them just before during the implementations while getting the management approvals from each one of them. So let's look at some of these examples, like just when I said. So there are, for example, surveillance solutions. This is deep diving into some kind of surveillance solutions where we are looking at dormitory intruders. We are looking at smart parking, illegal parking, vehicle counting, or classifying the vehicle, whether the right vehicle is coming in the gate or not. There might be vehicles which are coming from vendors, which are already registered, but there are some vendors who are sending randomly different vehicles. So they are very cognizant of their security, and they are very cognizant that who is entering within the academy, and that that brings them to ensure that the right vehicle, the right assets are moving within the academy, whether it's food supplier, whether it is operational related or administration related supplier. The right people are coming over there with the right passes, right? And then they are very cognizant that they want to know that the vehicles coming within the campus are going to the right building. They're not loitering around the wrong areas, right? So it can be vehicle loitering, or it can be a person laundering over there. They are able to detect each and everything over there. And then there are queue managements, there are various things. So if there is any suspicious activities or there are anything over there, they are able to track, trace, and this information goes back to the command control centers. As soon as the person enters the red line, there is an alert which is generated into the command control center, and that command control center alerts the person that there is some kind of dormitory intruder, or maybe something like some suspicious event happened over there. There is also security in terms of each and every cadet. For example, we want to ensure that everybody is within their lecture rooms. They are not sneaking out into the terrace area, maybe for smoking at the wrong or odd hours. So all of these can be easily trapped out. They are whenever they are going into any restricted or non-restricted zones where maybe a construction or something is going on, we are able to track those guys out. So James over here was moving out, so we spotted him out. Or there is a queue problem, for example, while they are going for their regular meals. So the meals have been planned in such a way whereby everybody comes to have their meals based on slots. And if there is a queue, how to manage, and whether the algorithms over there is there or not. So the smart algorithm picks up, how many people are coming into the queue, and it's giving us the information that what do they need to delay the next batch, or is the cafeteria sufficient to handle the current workload, right? So they're able to handle all of these things. Or whether there is an illegal parking over there, they're able to track it out and give an advance notice to each of these. And there are many more examples, but being cognizant of time, I'll just get to the point over here. So this is a consolidated command and control center. I'll just skip through some of the parts over here. So what you see is over here, we are able to monitor the humidity, we are able to monitor each and every activity, the weather forecast, we are able to monitor the attendance, we are able to monitor the studying status, whether it is a variable zone or non-variable zone. We are able to pick up alerts from the system, whether there is high temperature in a particular room or whether it is low, whether do they need to turn off their ACs or do they need to turn back their havocs, whether they need more heating since South Korea is cold, at what season, and who is giving the right thing. At the same time, there's a lot of other things. I'll just skip the slide over here. So there's a lot of things over here because there are multiple sensors over there. What we look at, we monitor each and every sensor, and each and every sensor tells us the telemetry of each and every sensor, whether that sensor is healthy or not. At the same time, we are monitoring the surveillances, which we just saw over here. We are monitoring the meal status, and what's more important over here is that we monitor the people who have been absent for meal, and we also look at why they were absent or why they did not eat meal. And all that information goes back to the healthcare division also. At the same time, the amount of meal that is wasted gets converted into energy. So they look at what is the amount of meal that's getting wasted. At the same time, monitoring the heart rate with the help of smart watches which are installed across, which are given to each and every cadet over here, gives us the real-time information and helps us to monitor them at an emergency level in case there is an emergency, or what action needs to be done over there. There is electricity consumption, there is consumption in terms of what are the trends where you are using it maximum. Same with water, what is the maximum supply, what is the maximum output out of it. So all of these keep moving on. Okay, I'll get to the next slide, and this slide will be one of the consolidation point of view, whereby what has happened over here. The whole transformation of digital journey over here has come out, whereby we started with an exercise where we did a blueprinting. We mapped out each and every layer within the campus, whereby dividing it into particular zones, and then dividing each and every particular zone, saying that what are the IoT devices, or what is the the Bluetooth, the gateway, or the IoT devices that need to be installed at each level. At the same time, we got into the areas whereby how these the strategies, how we are going to plant our IoT devices across various areas. What you see over here is massive amount of information. Within 24 hours, imagine reading the data from each and every smartwatch, just for example over here, for more than 1,000 cadets. And every watch is sending you data, let's say after every 20 or 30 seconds, right? How much data is being collected? The massive amount of data, not only coming from smartwatch, but from all different kind of sensors over here, was the key over here. We converted their gyms into smart gyms, and this is like one of the pictures from their command and control center, which was finally delivered over there. There was a lot of I'll say media coverage also, in terms of whereby Channel News Singapore, Channel Asia Singapore went down to do the complete broadcast of the whole solutions that were deployed over there. And this whole deployments, they started in the point of view whereby everything started from a prototype to right from conceptualizing to prototype, and you'll learn about this in the subsequent slide, but finally till the implementation. And that was a good story. And a lot of the universities in South Korea are taking this as a subject, and they are studying this as a subject, as a research, and they are analyzing what kind of various things was put down to make this academy a successful smart campus. You can always feel free to reach out to me in case you need more on this. I will have terabytes, not gigabytes. I'll have terabytes of information on this. I'll have a lot of connect points, and our JK, the honorable chairman, and the James, who is the CEO, they all will be happy to help over here. So I'll get to a point. I'm looking at the time also at the same time. So this is what you look at, the before and after picture. So this is a picture which was taken on December 2018 when we started the project, and the same room was converted into a command and control center, which was on October 2019. And post 2019, there were a lot of face detection, COVID solutions, health monitoring solutions, and a lot of other solutions which were added, such as they were now, and there is a whole pipeline for this for this academy all the way till 2024-25, where massive amount of solutions are being put down. And this is also one of the esteemed project or flag project which was presented back in the Blue House, just like the parliament over there, and it's very clear, visible to the administration at the city mayor or at the PMO office, at the Prime Minister office over there. The secret behind this project is very same, right? So we kept doing the discovery and research. We kept doing the insight and ideation. As a step 3, we always created prototypes. We never worried about whether our time or money or investment is going bad or not. We worked on it, and every time we went into an iteration to improve it better and better and better, and started moving it into production. And as soon as we got into production, we started learning more trends, we started learning more features, and then we started adding more and more different versions towards it, right? So this is a very simple secret mantra. So just the way I say, constant innovation that unlocks new values and turns an idea into a solution that adds value for a customer, from a customer perspective, is the secret mantra behind these 5 steps that can be achieved. So this is what I would like to share in our today's session in the conference. With that, I would like to thanks the MAHSA committee and everyone to come here and hear and listen to us. Thank you so much. With that, I'll stop the share.
Thank you so much, Mr. Randy Kapoor, for all of your sharing. We really appreciate that.
Thank you.
As for the first session, allow me to invite Ms. Madeline Chiu from MAHSA Solutions Malaysia to speak to us about business agility through DevOps. Now, Ms. Madeline. Ms. Madeline has over 20 years of working experience in the financial sector, telecommunications, government consulting environment, and eventually as an entrepreneur. Her work experience in dealing with various sizes of organizations, ranging from startup to international organizations that span across the world, has enriched her experience tremendously in dealing with various organizational cultures, as well as a good understanding of the local scene. Okay.
Oh, hi, can you guys hear me?
Hello, Ms. Madeline.
Just hang on. Can you hear me better?
Yes, we can.
Hi, can you hear me better now?
Yes, we can.
All right, okay. Hi, good morning, everyone. Can you see my screen?
No, we are not able to see your good self screen.
You can see my screen? Yeah?
No, we cannot.
Oh, right. Okay. Hang on.
Yes, we can.
All right. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Hi. It's a pleasure. Thank you so much for MAHSA University to be extending this invite over, and it's my pleasure to be opening up this topic on business agility via DevOps today. And I'm representing MAHSA Solutions. So pleasure to meet every one of you guys digitally. So hi, good morning. So allow me to get started then. All right, so just a little bit of a background about MAHSA Solutions. So essentially, we are a company that is established since 2010. Well, we have had quite a number of focus on a number of digital services across the ASEAN region. In fact, reaching out to Middle East as well as the Australia and New Zealand regions. So you will notice that I'll call my company a lot and in very short form, M9 all the time. And we are one of those companies where you will see where we specialize a lot in digital services implementation. And this basically that leads us to the next slides to talk about the work that we do, and essentially in development and automation related work. Today's presentation focuses a lot on development and automation, and we will also be moving into, we will also be talking a little bit about some of the custom development, but we also focus on other activities such as the advanced analytics on big data platform, as well as the cloud analytics, cloud adoption journey for our customers. So the next slide is just to share a bit some of the other consulting services that we handle, stuff like robotics activities, artificial intelligence, and a lot of consulting activities across ASEAN, Middle East, as well as the New Zealand and Australia region, as we have just branched out into that particular territory at this point in time. So so as a company, we were not just into services and consulting as a business. We also provide solutions, a number of different types of solutions, such as banking solutions that focuses on omni-channel, open APIs, and open architecture, specializing in a lot of digital banking, digital financial services. So we also have our own in-house mobile platform and web portal work with very specific payment facilities to allow for customers who wants to do onboarding, bill payment, and so on and so forth. Now, we also have, as I mentioned, because we focus a lot on data as a service, so we also have data-specific services that we help our customers to move their journey. And of course, so on and so forth, as we evolve into the payment-related industry, we also have developed and able to help our customers to develop e-commerce platform as well as a one-cut solution to track behavioral analysis, statistical journey, and allow our customers to move into using data to drive their decision-making process. All right. Since I think we're here presenting to MAHSA University, and I presume that a lot of you guys are essentially newcomers coming into the industry, it is also useful for you to know, a company like ours, where are the areas that and what forms our people, in a company like us. So essentially, we are comprised of people from the obviously subject matter expertise. We have been focusing a lot in financial services as well as government. So we developed over the years subject matter expertise and specialists in industries such as financial, government sector, and things like that. We have a team of project management executive, but more importantly, I think that would probably be of interest to most of the younger generation is the technical and implementation consultants. So in order to form a team that can specialize into all these various industries, our team comprised mostly of technical implementation consultants. All right. All right. Now I'm going to talk about the DevOps topic and how business can actually achieve agility via the DevOps philosophy and framework. Okay. What's the principle of DevOps? Now, the principle of DevOps was actually devised to actually describe the journey to help the IT industry as a whole to move towards the application of lean principles, all right, in the delivery of IT services. So as probably some of you guys will have already known, quite a lot of companies are now moving in towards, they realize the power of agility. They realize the power of having to be able to turn around, to be able to go to market faster than other people. With the evolution with the pandemic, especially COVID happening, these principles of DevOps actually accelerated, and a lot of companies are starting to realize that in order for them to be able to turn to become more agile, they need to be able to implement essentially the lean principle, right? With the principle of trying to streamline, to make things a lot more agile and with lean decision making. But the principle of DevOps is essentially in the delivery of IT services and streamlining the IT services to focus towards the customer value. So this is essentially at a very high level how the DevOps principle was actually used in transforming and allowing business to be able to become more agile and implement the IT services as well. All right. And I will move into some of the core principles that we used in our DevOps delivery project. Yeah. So DevOps and continuous delivery are areas of best practices that transform how software is actually delivered. Yeah. Now, first thing first, the core principles that we adopt is, first of all, alignment. So we align the key technology stakeholders against the business value. Yeah. And DevOps concept will also introduce a lot of automation into the day-to-day delivery work. Now, in the concept of the transformation activity that we handle, one of them is essentially because when we introduce DevOps concept, right, it is actually going to transform quite a lot of the way how IT services are essentially delivered today by automating that particular process, right? We identify areas where there are wastes, and we then improve by accelerating that particular delivery. Yeah. Now, with the intention, then that flows to the next arrow, which is time to market, right? The aim for DevOps is essentially to be able to deliver software faster to market, yeah, and by reducing cycle of delivery times. So, if the cycle is this big, obviously you have to traverse the entire cycle. What if we can actually streamline the cycle into much smaller, and you can then deliver in a much smaller cycle of delivery by reducing the chunks into small little pieces of chunks to deliver each time. Yeah. Now, DevOps also requires top leadership support, of which it helps to raise the quality and robustness of the production system. Now, it challenges the typical top leadership of how the traditional software delivery is actually delivered, and hence that actually changes the dynamics of decision making to be releasing product to the market. You know. Last but not least, probably a very important concept here is metric centricity. Okay. DevOps is actually on one hand, as we deliver the software to the market, right? The organization will, as they also transform the way how they deliver, they will start thinking, they will start thinking, where was I and where do I want to go, right? In order for you to know where were you, and in order for you to know where you want to go, you must have some measurement criteria, right? And the measurement criteria here is, one very important factor is what we call metric centricity, allowing statistical way to measure an approach that you have done before and after, right? And in order for you to do that, you must have some measurement criteria before you have innovated, before you have started to iterate in a different way, and before you start transforming, to the way after you have gone through it, and use matrices to actually measure the performance before and after. Yeah. Now, the typical problem statement that we strive to address in all our customers is essentially when you have a situation whereby you have a slow release cycle, you have problems in assessing the environments, you have poor quality, majority of it is actually poor quality, a lot of times, and when you have deployed your application to the production environment, that's where you found problems. Immediately you found problems, and then you have rollback, right? So this is where you then have to introduce ways to enhance the entire delivery process. Now, one of the other problem that we often see is lack of collaboration between operations and testing and development team, right? So people were going in all circles, not talking to each other, not collaborating, and by the time the software is ready to deliver, then a lot of surprises come about. Yeah. So these are some of the core principles that we often put in when customers come to us with all these kind of problem statements. Now, a question in your mind, you might be popping up as in like, all right, now we have all these problems, so what do we do, right? Okay. Now, I think I mentioned before just now that some of the problems statements, like for example, slow in delivery cycle, right? So typically, how we approach this is that we want to look into, for example, comparing a traditional software factory, right? How it was actually delivered by identifying, as I mentioned, the pieces where there is bottleneck today. All right. So, for instance, in a traditional software factory, we typically see problems such as developers deadlock. They're like kind of like facing a lot of problems in working together and collaborating, and facing deadlock in the development process, for example. They face a constraint in the environments that they are focusing. All right. Then they have a lot of testing related work is actually done manually, too little testing, too late into the life cycle, too many disparate tools, manual scripting, and poor customer experience. But a very important part of it is actually a poor customer experience. So what has happened in the past is that this big red arrow is that we've seen a lot of this kind of problems. Essentially, what it translates to is increasing delay and inefficiency in the entire delivery lifecycle, right? And with all these impacts coming along, right? Obviously, we then see a lot of other issues like slow and inefficient delivery, excessive idle time, delays, and rework in the entire delivery lifecycle. All right. So then, how do we address this, right? So what we do is essentially building an automated DevOps toolchain, right? In the entire process, right from ideation, starting from the idea, right, where we introduce a lot of end-to-end software pipeline and also processes, as well as improving the culture of operations by introducing continuous improvement, extensive analytics. I mentioned about metric centricity just now, as well as the end-to-end monitoring. Well, with the intention ultimately to improve the overall customer experience. All right. Okay, so these are some of the numbers that has been worked on. But of course, every situation will be quite different to every client. All right. Typically, in DevOps perspective, right, there are quite a number of tangible benefits that we can easily calculate the moment the business starts moving into agility, all these agility approaches via DevOps. Now, essentially, they can see factors such as improving in efficiency, okay, improving in speed of delivery, okay, reducing the rework factors in the delivery process. But a lot of people were not able to measure, for example, things like the soft factors, okay, the soft factors on how they can actually help new products to come out to the market quicker, aligning more tightly aligned delivery to the customers. Revenue comes in quicker, obviously. Products become more stable, fewer customer issues, and ops has a better uptime and reliability, right? Essentially improving the what they call MTTR, mean time to repair. All right. These are some of the example of benefits that we have calculated in the past. That, as you can imagine, the potential impact of business agility via DevOps, it can be quite tremendous. Yeah. All right. So I think these are some of the factors that that we have seen in the past at some research study here on what are the factors that DevOps principle is able to help our customers to deliver even more efficiently with real actual numbers. These are published statistics that has already been given. Like, for example, how they can actually improve the deployment frequency prior to that and after. This I also mentioned about having the matrix centricity of before and after. So what we have also seen in some of our customers, for example, they were able to deploy more frequently. The lead time to changes has also become much faster. The MTTR has also improved. Mean time to recover has also improved tremendously. And the change failure rate, which is essentially the quality process that we have seen in some of these customers, has also improved over time. Now, like I mentioned just now, so some of these customers that we have worked on, we actually do a survey before and after, so as to measure, how much they have actually improved over time. And we have also seen some of this, like for instance, the amount of deployment frequency, the amount of lead time for changes has also improved, and hence allowing them to move higher and higher up into the maturity ladder. All right, so this goes a little bit into the detail of the tool sets and the life cycle of the activities. I mentioned about the deployment pipeline that we deliver, essentially automating the approval process throughout the entire chain of delivery. For example, right from the stage of development team committing the code in an automated fashion, with an automated acceptance criteria being triggered, and moving into so on and so forth in the entire testing process, to run through the process in an automated fashion in as much as possible. All right. Now then, subsequently, once the tools or the codes has already been or the package, the product has already been packaged, it can then be automatically deployed to the targeted test environment as well as the production environment. So just imagine that every step, all these steps along the line in your software development lifecycle can be improved by automating some of these processes. How much time that you can then save in the entire chain of delivery by improving the process as you go along. Yeah. All right. So now, some of the benefits and success criteria that we have seen in a lot of our customers are essentially all these few quadrant that we have seen. For example, right? It allows them I'll focus on number 2 and number 3, and the rest of the items first before I move back to the first one. For example, it allows them to align and produce a consistent way of running their delivery and their testing process, for example, aligning and bringing them towards the delivery against the actual business, right? Excuse me. it will also help them to reduce their delivery life cycle. So essentially, I mentioned about in the previous slides, we talk about all the life cycle of delivery, how we can actually automate a lot of the delivery life cycle by improving all these steps along the line, and hence actually help them to improve the delivery life cycle by introducing a lot of processes, tools, and automating the quality delivery throughout the entire chain. Yeah. Now, through this particular automation process, right, we have also seen in the past that while the effort is introduced from the beginning, at the beginning of the life cycle, but the effort actually gets accrued eventually to an overall effort reduction of at least 10 to 15% with additional quality coverage over the next 3 years. So this has been shown and seen in a lot of our customers where the higher that they go into the maturity ladder of the business agility via DevOps, they are seeing higher and higher effort reduction, higher and higher improvement in delivery lifecycle, while at the same time improving the test coverage and quality coverage of the way how they are actually introducing their product to the market as well. Now, one other important trend that we have also seen in the past is that with automation, it becomes a reusable asset, an asset that they can then reintroduce across the entire organization. From one application delivery, it evolves into many other applications, and gradually it becomes an enterprise-wide. Yeah. To allow for all these assets that can then be introduced across to many different layers of the organization as well. Now, we have also noticed that quite a lot of our customers are slowly moving as they mature into the ladder. They're slowly moving into a joint governance model where they continue to improve the governance process of DevOps as they continue to grow organizational wide. Yeah. So the last but not least is essentially the processes that has been implemented. It actually allows the team to feel a lot more empowered, and they would then be able to roll out the standards and processes quicker within themselves. Yeah. All right, so I'm going to go into a bit into the work that we do, yeah, the services. So that we help our customers. So essentially, I mentioned a lot about the continuous integration and continuous delivery processes. So what we do and we help our customers is essentially by providing services, a number of DevOps related consultancy services from an enterprise continuous delivery perspective, as well as continuous integration perspective with many suite of products that we handle to help our customers to evolve in their roadmap as well. All right, so of course, the next set of slides is just to talk about the managed services for testing, because DevOps will work while we automate the entire process. It also helps if customers have a full-fledged of a testing facility so that they can actually improve their overall quality over time. Yeah. So this slide is just to share about some of the managed services for testing that we help our organizations to if they want to embark on this particular journey. All right, so I think this slide is just to talk about encapsulating the entire DevOps agility by introducing the entire end-to-end delivery methodology. So as we all know, DevOps actually embrace agile delivery philosophy. So essentially, it's a continuous feedback, a continuous looping process. So throughout this entire delivery process, we introduce a lot of different processes and approach in ensuring that it's not just that to help our customers to deliver. but it is also introducing every steps along the way and in terms of ensuring governance and ensuring that they can deliver more effectively within within an agile delivery approach. All right. Okay. So I think one of my last few slides is to talk about how we bring everything together. Now, I think I mentioned about some of the work that M9 does from a DevOps delivery framework and methodology perspective, because some of this work are essentially in, a lot of people look at it in a very disparate way, but we tend to put them together because ultimately you will see with DevOps, it encapsulates a framework and methodology to embrace all these activities together. Starting from in the digital services world, a lot of customers actually start off with what we call business process management, digitalizing the business process by introducing perhaps some tools to digitalize the business process perspective. But somehow with BPM, generally there will still be some manual intervention. Now, of course, over on this side is a lot more doing. That's why you can see a lot more into doing. Over on the right side is a lot more on thinking, right? Now, I'm going to start explaining my way as we go along, right? Now, with business process management, as customers continue to grow their maturity level, they will start realizing that, look, I want to improve even further, and I want to move on from there. Then that's where they start triggering what we call the robotic process automation, right? So typically for RPA related work, we will then have what we call digital triggers or self-service operations and activities that will trigger the entire RPA process to run, right? Now then, subsequent, once the RPA has been introduced by selecting certain processes within the organization to be automated. Now, then over time, then typically our customers will start thinking, right? What if you can learn those processes? What if I want you to use analytics to drive those processes and improve the way how we make decisions over time? Yeah. And so that's where the introduction of machine learning coming into play, right? That's where we then use analytics to improve how the business process are actually executed, and to use decision engines to then obviously employ prescriptive analytics to decide and improve the operations of that particular activity, right? Now, then over time, our customers actually sees more and more improvement and automation in the way how things are actually run. Then the next step is what we call, because when you have prescriptive analytics and decision engines allowing you to execute those particular outcomes, and it actually helps to automate a lot of these processes over time already. And that's where over time we then introduce what we call the artificial intelligence, okay, with deductive analytics to essentially improve the way how the organization evolved from a process-driven organization, as you can see over here, eventually and gradually moving into a full data-driven organization. All right, and allowing the organization to free up a lot more activities of the typical manual processor, as we typically as seen in a lot of organizations, gradually moving into the highest level of deducing analytics and use the data generated from analytics, right, to change the way how not just you operate, perhaps to change the business model of how you are actually going to market as well. And hence, that's what we call the thinking. The improvement is to eventually move from a doing, eventually moving towards the thinking, right? Of course, allowing all these things to happen, right? We then introduce what we call the DevOps delivery framework and methodology to allow for a seamless evolution of the organization, moving from the process-driven doing organization slowly moving towards data-driven and using data to allow them to start thinking of how they can evolve and transform their organization into the new way of doing business. All right. So I think that kind of sums up the work that we do, and happy to accept any questions that if you guys have. If not, then I guess over back to you, Tara.
Thank you so much, Ms. Madeline, for your sharing, and we were so glad to have you here with us today. For our second session, I would like to call upon Mr. Lam Manchung, founder and CEO of Self-Driven Enterprise Private Limited, Executive Director, V Ventures, a fintech venture Singapore, to speak to us about winning the talent war and overcoming the great resignation with real-time people analytics and gamification. Now, Mr. Lam is currently the founder and CEO of Self-Driven Enterprise Private Limited and Executive Director of V Ventures, a fintech venture. He is actively engaged in developing a thriving workplace culture with a SaaS, software as a service platform that improves employee engagement through effective communication, gamification, and behavioral analytics. His company's product is part technology, part psychology, and part process. He firmly believes that positive empowerment and people-centered strategies is the key to building a successful business. Okay. Mr. Lam, how are you today?
Hi, good morning. Good morning, Tara. Dr. Tara, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you so much. We're so glad to have you here with us. And I will leave you now for your sharing session.
Great, great. Thank you so much for the opportunity, MAHSA University and Tara. So, okay, let me just try to switch to my, can you see my screen now? Dr. Tara, just to check.
Yes, we can see the screen.
Okay, great, great. So, okay, thank you so much, everybody, for being here to, also listening to some of these sharing that is coming from the industry. So my name is Manchong. I'm the CEO of Self-Driven. Today, what I'd like to share with you is really some of the experience that we have seen and the work that we have done in employee experience and employee engagement. And for us, for many of us, whether we are speakers or participants, I think we cannot run away from the fact that we live in a post-pandemic world. I think many of us have already been vaccinated, either 1 shot, 2 shot, 3 shots. We're still going through this process of understanding and adapting to how COVID-19 has changed healthcare, our work, as well as our personal lives. So I just want to use a quote from Mr. Satya Nadella, the Microsoft's chairman and CEO. He said that we have seen 2 years worth of digital transformation happening in 2 months, right? Everything about work has changed, from remote teamwork, learning, sales, customer service, critical cloud infrastructure, and security. So the last 1.5 years to 2 years or so have been a big change for many of us, because change not only happened, but it happened in a very short time. And the changes that a lot of us go through are also very big. And with this rapid digital transformation, I think many companies are getting on board to new technologies and new business models like e-commerce, e-payment, IoT, robotics, automation, AI, machine learning, and so on and so forth. And correspondingly, I think the need for talent to support new business model and new technology from companies has gone up. So the Manpower Group has basically seen that from their survey, 69% of employees around the world are saying that they have difficulty finding talent they need, and this is actually the highest percentage in the last 15 years. So you can say that I think from a employer standpoint, I think companies are also going through unprecedented changes when it comes to the world of talent and skills. And to add to the problem, right, there has been a lot of discussions and talks and reports in the media about something called the Great Resignation. Many consultants have done surveys and found that actually, again, in the post-pandemic world, there is an unprecedented number of employees who are planning to quit their jobs. So I think the Microsoft survey has found that, for example, 40% of the global workforce is ready to quit. This is from a 2021 Microsoft Work Index survey, right? Why are people quitting? Number one is, I think everybody, most people, maybe with the exception of some frontliners, have experienced remote work. And I think many workers are in favor of continuing with remote work. Remote work basically means you work from home, you work from anywhere. Maybe some of the time you go to office or not at all, right? And I think the second thing is people are feeling burned out from maybe longer hours of work, from a lot of uncertainty, instability, and perhaps that gives them time as well to reflect on what they really want out of life and work. And as a result, I think many people are basically saying, they want to be their authentic selves at work. They want to find something that is meaningful to them at work. They want to work with people that they like, for example, and they want to be themselves at work, basically, right? So many changes are happening from a work culture and work expectations perspective, and industries that are feeling this the most are there, including retail, hospitality, healthcare for sure, technology definitely, leisure, travel, manufacturing. I personally would include logistics in that, right? And in particular, since I think this particular seminar is Malaysia, and Microsoft has found that in fact in Malaysia, higher than the global average percentage of workers actually want remote work to stay in Malaysia. So the conflict very often is maybe the companies still have this expectation that people must come to office to work because it is easier to supervise, easier to manage, easier to control, But I think a lot of workers, overwhelming majority of workers are saying that no, we want to be able to work remotely. We want flexibility. So that is the tension and the struggle today, right? So we know this thing called hybrid work, which is work from home plus work from office, is going to stay. And I think but the challenge is always, how do we keep ourselves from burning out working remotely and digitally? And when I say that, I mean, we in our work, we have a joke, we say something like, we are saying that says, death by 1,000 Zoom calls. It's just like this particular seminar is happening virtually, via live streaming and all that. We found out that when we do hybrid work, we spend a tremendous amount of time interacting with people through a screen, and that increased that possibility of burnout, because as humans, we still want to talk to people. We still want to be connected socially with people. We still want to talk to people about something other than work, right? But when you are trying to do all your work via a Zoom, for example, a lot of things have changed. It used to be that when you travel to work or you travel to meet your clients, maybe you can meet 3-4 clients a day maximum. But when you are doing all your work and meetings via Zoom, you are probably squeezing eight meetings or 8 calls into a day, right? Good that you get more done, but at the same time, it's very, very draining. So the challenge is, how do we work in a more digital way because we want to, because it's more flexible, because it's more convenient, more productive, but we still want to make works very, very human, right? How do we do that? That is the challenge. So a little bit about ourselves. So Self-Driven is a software technology company, if you like. We are a software as a service company founded in 2015. And what we provide to our clients is an employee experience platform, And when we say employee experience, we mean that it is a platform that we expect employees to use every day because it addresses maybe many aspects of their work. Whether it is communicating, collaborating with company, with team members, whether it's getting feedback, appreciation, recognition, learning, for example, and so on and so forth. So our platform, basically, the goal is to say, we want to create a self-motivating, outcome-driven workforce or culture by leveraging AI, machine learning, gamification, and analytics. And when we say that, that's a very good one-sentence summary of what we do. But how does it really look like, right? So to do that, let me play you a 2 to 3 minute video to give you a sense of what this digital employee experience with gamification looks like in real life. Shall we? So let me switch to the video right now. Let's see if I can do that. Give me a second. Okay. Dr. Tara, can I? Okay. Thank you so much. I hope you enjoyed the short video that we shared with you. Now let's go back to the slides, right? So what we have shown you in the video is really this scenario where you are a knowledge worker, right? Actually, a lot of your work can be done on a laptop or on a phone. And therefore, you don't really have to be physically in the office. You could be a consultant, you could be an accountant, you could be an engineer. That's the nature of your work. But that scenario basically show you that it is possible to use tools like Zoom and Microsoft Teams to collaborate, and at the same time, within that collaboration platform, you're able to also do things or have interactions that are very social, very human. Take for example, being able to keep track of work that is being done, and when somebody do well, you use the tool to do what you call digital appreciation and recognition. I'll talk a bit more about how that actually looks like, right? So the second scenario we want to talk to you about is really a different segment of workers. So many of the workforce out there are what you call frontliners, right? So you could be somebody working in healthcare, you could be a driver, you could be a delivery person, you could be working in a warehouse or in a restaurant. So you can't work from a laptop, for example, right? And how can technology improve the experience of these workers, right? So let me give you some examples, right? So take for example, we have done some work for a global F&B company. So they let's say one of the things that their workers do is to deliver pizza, right? But today, the workers are paid hourly. So how much money you make depends on how many hours you work. And under that system, sometimes you will realize that, well, for workers to make more money, they work slower. Because when you work slower, you work more hours, you get overtime, you get paid more, right? So it is bad for both the company and the person, because for the company, definitely, it's less productive, higher cost way of serving customer. For the person, you work longer hours. In the long run, it's also not good for your health, for example. So what we have done is that we have given this particular company an employee app that every employee download and install on their own mobile phone. And then what they see on the mobile phone is that we basically plug the data from the backend systems of this company, around delivery, around sales, around customer service, and we present all this as dashboards, personal analytics for every single employee. So every single employee can go and look on a dashboard how well they are doing on a daily basis, and how do they compare with someone else in the same role. And secondly, they also have clear goals. They are being set. The app will basically tell them, here is a target for you. If you achieve this target, you're going to win yourself some experience points or some additional prizes, for example. Like in this case, somebody who managed to deliver, after delivering 200 pizzas, they're getting themselves a bonus of 30 ringgit, for example, right? So by using data, plugging data from a system that usually employees don't see, but now we are putting some data, very personalized, in the hands of employees. We make goals very clear. We also make it very easy to incentivize or motivate every single person, right? And the system is fair, right? The other thing, obviously, is again further using the data. We make work a bit more fun, like a sport, where there are team competitions, there are leaderboards, right? So now people are not just doing the work in isolation, but work has become a game that they play with their team, right? And I think we want to bring back that feeling of social connectedness through this whole idea of gamification, right? And with data, employees as well is able to make better decision on how well they're doing and what do they need to do to help themselves improve, and so on and so forth, right? When we do this for that client, they're able to see that employees become more engaged, more loyal, and their employee net promoter score went up by 29%, which helped them reduce employee attrition. Right now, when we talk about so-called appreciation and recognition, because we have basically gamified every aspect of work, whether it's learning, whether it's performing, or some other behaviors, whenever you do something well, the platform is able to track, and those good behaviors get translated into what we call experience points. And then we also give on our platform a shopping experience for the employees. When you have earned some points for yourself, you can take your points and go shopping for employee benefits and even instant shopping vouchers. Literally, you can, just like the experience you have as a consumer on Grab and so on and so forth, you could use your points to convert them into instant shopping vouchers or employee benefits for yourself. So we call this a form of extreme flexibility that companies can give to their employees, right? And I think the other aspect, as I said, is well-being of employees is important. Your employees are burning out, right? And everybody sitting at home, not exercising. What are we going to do, right? And then this is where some of the our platform as a technology addresses some of these concerns. Take, for example, on our platform, employees can participate in a walking competition where if you walk 10,000 steps a day, you get rewarded, with points. Maybe not as much points as doing well at work, but nevertheless, you get rewarded. Then you can form teams with your departments and all that and compete with other teams to see which team walks the most, for example, right? You can do social sharing of your well-being activities. If you share a photo on our platform about what you're doing for your well-being, so that the company can see, you get rewarded with points as well. So keep taking care of your own health doesn't have to be something that you do by yourself. Now, in some ways, you can do it with other people, socially, although digitally, with safe distancing and everything, right? So again, when we do this, we recently completed this with another client, which is a logistics company. 76% of employees who use self-driven said, it has a positive impact on their physical and mental health. So definitely, even as a technology that is very focused on learning and productivity, we are also having a positive impact on employees' well-being. So last but not least, you may have noticed that with so many different activities that we're able to digitize for the employees. What do we do with the data, right? I can tell you, for example, if you were to go and work for many large companies, there is a very common practice of companies wanting to listen to employees or wanting to know what's going on at work. They send out annual employee survey, and then annual employee survey looks something like what you see on the screen. So the companies will get everybody to answer the survey and collect the data and summarize them and analyze them and take action. So that's the traditional way of employee listening, right? But with our technology, essentially, because we are tracking as an experience app, we're tracking many different activities going on in the lives of the employee. We're able to basically build algorithms and models to say, I could look at all your activities and figure out, how well you're doing, how engaged you are, and so on and so forth, and use that to basically make prediction or recommendation and so on and so forth, or to recommend to employee what is the most important thing they should look at next in order to improve their engagement or improve their performance or productivity or learning and so on and so forth. So we could literally tell how engaged a person is at a very granular level because of the amount of data that we are dealing with from employee standpoint, right? So when we're able to do all these things, we are bringing some very transformative, good outcomes to our clients, where, traditionally, maybe less than 10% of employees completed self-learning. We're able to bring it to 80%, for example. We're able to help salespeople double their sales, for example, and employees taking less annual sick leave, for example. So these are all very, very transformative outcomes that we're able to bring because of the kind of good user experience you are bringing, with good gamification, good instant rewards recognition, data analytics, and so on and so forth. Right? So I think with that, I'd like to conclude my sharing, my presentation. I think in the world, in the post-COVID, post-pandemic world, we're all talking about digital transformation and loads of new technology and so on and so forth. But human beings remain an important part of many businesses, right? And now businesses, company can leverage on technology like employee experience to basically engage and motivate employees better. And how they do that is, as you can see from the example that I shared, we use data, for example, right? Number two is, leverage all this technology to try to give employee what we call extreme flexibility, right? Instead of recognizing people once a year, now you can recognize people every day. instead of being given standard benefits, standard salary, standard everything, now everything depends on your performance, and you can be rewarded on a daily basis if possible, right? And you can choose what rewards you want, right? There's more focus on employee well-being for sure, right? So whether your employees walk 10,000 steps a day outside of work is now, I think, something the company cares about, right? Keep work human, build social connection, social capital with employees, making sure employees have more peer connections. Try to maybe retain employees, engage employees with more learning and growth opportunities. Listen to employees and take action. I know that if companies are able to leverage technology to do that, then I think it will be a win-win situation, to help them basically go out there and overcome what we call the Great Resignation today, and win the talent war as a result. So with that, thank you very much for your time, for your attention, and I wish you the best, and enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you so much. Dr. Tara, over back to you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lam, and we also have enjoyed your session very much, and I would like to thank you on behalf of our faculty. For our third session, I would like to call upon Dr. Manas Ranjan Pradhan, Associate Professor at Skyline University, Sharjah, United Arab Emirates, to speak to us about leveraging on artificial intelligence. Dr. Manas holds a PhD in computer science from University of Mysore, India, and Masters of Technology in computer science as well from Utkal University, India. He has vast experience in teaching, research, and academic administration in India and abroad. He is currently working at Skyline University College, Sharjah in the United Arab Emirates. As an academic leader, he has worked as head of program at UPES India and as the dean of the Faculty of IT and Science at INTI International University, Malaysia. Hi, Dr. Manas, how are you?
Yeah, very good. Thank you, Dr. Tara, for a nice introduction. Thanks to Dr. Siriak for inviting us, and to many thanks to MAHSA University for the opportunity you have given for the today conference. And this has been a wonderful session from the morning that I have been watching. Though it is quite early morning for me from this side because it's 4 hours behind Malaysia time. But I'd like to give my best to see that how the things will go on. But it is a nice conference that you all have been arranging here.
Thank you so much, and we appreciate your good self being here with us. I will leave you now for your session.
Yeah, please see that whether my screen is shared or not.
Yes, we can, but we do not see the slides. We see your good self screen only.
Now?
Right. Yes, can. All right, that's very well.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. for helping. Okay, but I mean, just the previous session by Mr. Lam was really interesting. He's telling about the post-COVID era. Situation is not the same thing what it was there before pandemic or before COVID. Obviously, the situation has been changed. So like that, our technology changed from pre-COVID era and post-COVID era also has been, changes rapidly, or somewhat it has slowed down, and somewhat people have taken the opportunity also. So as I can get something from Mr. Lam's presentation, it is like we have taken something input from the COVID also, and people have invested more kind of research mind how to leverage on different kind of technology. So artificial intelligence is one of those area where people or the industry has been focusing more on how to give a better service. So I am Dr. Manas from Skyline University, United Arab. So my today's topic will be leveraging on artificial intelligence. Especially I'll go with certain kind of applications of artificial intelligence, where the role of artificial has been, you can say that have more applied in the current era. Though the field of artificial intelligence is not new. It was there like when I did my graduation also, like 20 years back also. At that time also artificial intelligence there. But the application area, what you can say that it has been increasing nowadays more. Because when the industry comes to play with artificial intelligence or machine learning or deep learning, now more kind of things has come up. So artificial intelligence it's not a like a big thing, but it is there always. But the use of data, right? Artificial intelligence is nothing. It's simply you can say the data analytics. Unless you have the data, there is no intelligence will come out of that. Whether you take any kind of industry, and we all are what you call you moving around everything with the data. Right, it's a data driven. What also I get from Mr. Lam's session also. Exactly, this is the data driven approach, which will give you a lot of strategical approach, lot kind of service approach also. So basically, when you're talking about artificial intelligence, or we are leveraging, the whole industry is now leveraging on artificial intelligence. Basically, you are leveraging on the data. And the kind of pattern you are generating out of this data, if it is a whether it is a manufacturing industry, whether it is a e-commerce company, whether it is a healthcare company, all things it depend upon the type of data or the pattern that you're choosing out of a data. So you're predicting the future trends and predicting the future solution is also nowadays depend upon artificial intelligence principle, I can say. In the principle, in the sense, like we have to follow all kind of artificial intelligence rules and regulation, then your prediction will be more perfect than your competitor. So looking at the leveraging of IT and the way artificial intelligence has dominated the market nowadays. If you see that, if you start from year 1400, where we have a printing press, then we have a telescoping theory. So the advancement of technology has happened in such a way that now we can see that mobile was, 15 years or back was a dream. If somebody was taking a mobile, buying a mobile, it was like I'm a rich person and I'm buying mobile. Now mobile is part of our life. Similarly, the way the applications embedded in mobile, the application we are embedded in any kind of other web application, everything is now a part of our life. Whether it is a Google search, whether you are going for a social interaction in Instagram, Facebook, all these are now part of our life. So taking opportunity out of this and leveraging on artificial intelligence, now we can go ahead with many kind of things. It is not only customer service, it is also serving our own home life also. People are now using Alexa. Alexa is doing some kind of recommendation for you in your basic life also. Like that, when you go with the technological advancement that has happened, now applying AI, then artificial intelligence is everywhere. So that's why I propose this topic of leveraging artificial intelligence, because nowadays for every industry, for every aspect of our life, artificial intelligence will be it's a vital now. Like we don't know, but it is happening. We have a lot of recommendation is coming on your in your website. The moment you are doing something on your mobile, the next day advertisement is coming in your Facebook. So the way the technology interact, like from mobile to web and other kind of applications, the AI is playing a very much good role, because the data driven approach, whichever the application you are doing in one device, the other device is also having reflecting those kind of application. If you go for how AI will improve the future things, obviously it is like your decision making always will be there. It helps to to lot higher authority in a industry, or you are in any kind of industry or any kind of service type of function in your organization you are doing, or in your daily operation as well as. So decision making is the most thing, because when you making your decision depend upon data, it may be more accurate than any other thing. So artificial intelligence, as I told from the beginning, like it is all data driven, or data is the vital part. So obviously the decision making will be more accurate than any other kind of approach. Not only that, we also able to solve complex problem. If I can give an example, complex problem mean there is a flight delay, or there is a flight delay is happening. So when flight delay is happening, why it is happening? And to solve those flight delay problem, what artificial intelligence can do. So this route planning, your timing, all these, when you have some historical data about the same route planning of the flight, then you probably get a solution that next time if this situation is coming, how to overcome those kind of flight delay situation. I mean, as an example. Similarly, when you go for a perform high level computation, now like most of the country, they are exploring your Mars. So everybody wants to go Mars, because we don't want to stay in in the Earth, because we all have to go for a Mars exploration. So the kind of space research, or your kind of robotic research that we have been doing, it is doing a high level kind of computation. So AI, how it is helping? The basic principle of AI and the application algorithms are nowadays so robust that it is helping in also high level computation of space research and other kind of high performance computing. Similarly, when as we mostly based on the data driven approach, so the accuracy level of your what you can say judgment, accurate level of your information is also playing a better role. I mean, you are getting better accuracy of your data or information, which was may not be there before your AI. So technology to help machines, it is not only that we are talking about a software which is having the AI power. It is also having the devices, the hardware devices is also coming up with your AI power. So if you took if you consider the evolution of hardware devices, like people like your, whether Dell, whether Intel, whether HCL, all these people have been doing tremendous work in the hardware industry. Now there also artificial intelligence also plays a role. The way your device will give a automated recommendation, the way your device will give you more kind of prompt information is also playing a role. So nowadays, if you use a high level laptop also, certain time you are getting a lot of automatic recommendation. Why don't you install this one? Why don't you go for this one? So these are called the powered by the AI, which is, or you can say machine learning, which is giving a more kind of power to your device also. So to the machine learning, I'll go to in the latter part, because without machine learning, we cannot say there is an independent AI. So machine learning is obviously important for your artificial intelligence. These are some of the basic concept. Looking at the audiences, I mean, different types, like starting from researchers to industry people and to student. Something I also put for student, like these are the basic you can say aspect of artificial intelligence where you can leverage on. So the best part is that without machine learning, obviously artificial intelligence is not much there. Your machine, your system, your software has to go with a learning approach. Learning approach will comes with your data input. The kind of data you have used, the data you have extracted or you have generated. So when you are talking about machine learning, deep learning, basically you are going for a predictive analytics. Similarly, nowadays it is easier for us, as we have a devices like mobile, and we have the access data access to internet everywhere, whether it is a mobile device or whether it is a web search. So the speech conversion of like speech to text or text to speech is easier nowadays. It is quite easier for us, because we have those kind of AI power with us, which is converting different kind of text to speech and speech to speech. If I'm going suppose to China and I don't know Chinese language, so how can I move around inside the China? So obviously I have to take some kind of application help, which will help into finding some place. And if it is English is not there, then I have to find out some way to locate a place. So that means our speech to text, which was a you can say dream maybe 20 years back, where basically as the researcher, when you work, we worked on the different aspect of speech recognition. If I remember, like 20 years back, I started with speech recognition technology, technique, and where I have studied hidden Markov model. So hidden Markov model is also a artificial intelligence, model. If you're talking about different types of artificial intelligence theory that we have studied, your hidden Markov model at that time it was taught. So it was not it is not what we can say new thing. It was there, but the application area has come up right now, like speech to text, text to speech. Nowadays you are using virtual assistant of Google, or maybe from the Microsoft. So these are all built on those basic principle of artificial intelligence. Similarly, you have the vision, your computer vision technology, which is basically, if you see, mostly used in your medical field, your medical imaging. Nowadays, it is giving a lot of help to the doctors and even who are working in the medical field. If you have a scanning image of every kind of diagnostics that you are doing, so it is helping for you to have a better prediction of your diseases or anything happen to your body. So accordingly, doctor, it is helping to doctor, even medicine practitioner, even to pharmaceutical industry, even to your chemical industry, to have a better perspective of your solution to the problem. Similarly, also we go with natural language processing. Maybe speech is one part. Now we are converting. I remember when I was in Malaysia, one student was doing some project which is related to Mandarin language and Malay language. So she wants to try a NLP formal grammar for the what you can say for the Malay language and comparing with the Mandarin language. So now, like that, lot of different language processing techniques are there, which you can use for a project or you can implement. And in the real life, in your industry practice also, it has played a very role, just like a speech to text. Similarly, how we are recognizing a character recognition. Character means your letter recognition. What kind of other kind of formal grammar it can also help. So those are part of your natural language processing. Expert system, as you know, that always it has to give certain kind of expert services, or you can say expert recommendation the moment you are using your data and information. And this is very old system of expert system, which we can say initially it was an informal way, then it is come to a formal way of giving information. Similarly, now your planning and optimization for any organization, as I told, it's a data-driven approach. It is helping for your production. It is helping for your service operation. It is helping your operation management. As I can recall from some of your guest speaker speech, like you are doing also employee management, how the employee happiness will be increasing. So all this kind of planning and optimization is also a part of our life now, or you can for industry. And artificial intelligence also put their what you call techniques, how to make a better optimized planning for your organization. So robotics, nowadays robotics is applicable to many industry. As I can say the example of here in the United Arab Emirates, the bank, most of the banks now, they don't hire much of the customer service people, because they have put already the people robot there, the humanoid robot they have put, and they have fed with all kind of data. Like suppose I am a customer, I am asking about how to open an account. So there nothing like one person is there. The virtual assistant or the robot has embedded, the people robot has embedded, and they are giving all those response. Okay, what do you want from us? These are the things you have to do. The step by step of recommendation, the step by step of service operation is now also controlled by robot. So this is my practical experience, what I have seen also here in the bank. Now customer service people are very less. But it is not like that artificial intelligence is reducing the job. So I'll go to that part of job opportunity and I mean how artificial intelligence will you're reducing the job or it is increasing the job. Reducing the job means whichever the service operation may be reducing the job, but also it generates a lot of job for other IT people. Like you need an artificial intelligence engineer, you need a machine learning engineer. So those aspects are also coming up. So types of artificial intelligence, if I can say in the industry sense, like there is a weak artificial intelligence, there is a general artificial intelligence, there is a super artificial intelligence. So when I'm talking about weak AI, I have an organization and I use artificial intelligence for my specific tasks. Maybe I am to manufacturing. So in my production line, I need certain kind of information which will be related to my production order, or I need a decision regarding my procurement. So at that time, this is for a specified task that I have using weak AI. When it comes to operate like a human, then that is a general artificial intelligence. I want that my machine or my system has to put it every kind of data and information, which will give all kind of information like a human. So when I goes to more capable than a human, then I'll consider it as super AI. You might have seen now, maybe in Western countries like maybe America or maybe other part of the world, where the technology and the is very highly used. Nowadays the operation is also done by the robot. So it is doing, more than a human. So with our general application or the use that we are doing of general AI, beyond that one, we are getting a super AI, which is doing more than that one. Sorry. Suppose I cannot predict, or I cannot take a decision on certain things, and I'm confused about that. Or I cannot go for a medical operation where it is need more kind of decision if it is a critical condition and other thing. So there the robot, as certain kind of situations is already fed to the machine already there. Machine has already some previous data, or you can say the previous cases are already there. So it is giving a recommendation to doctor itself there how to go for this operation. So that means it is doing more than the human, because as a doctor I may not remember all those things whatever has done in previous cases. So maybe I have already those data or information already in my machine, which will help in a more better way. So these are the types of artificial intelligence what I got from certain resource. So like your financial and assistant, your drones even now using for insurance. So there are some YouTube link I have given. If probably after the session, if it can be shareable to the audience, then they may get through different kind of personal financial assistant, how drones is basically used for insurance, also those kind of application area. And as I told in the beginning, your artificial intelligence always go with the machine learning. So machine learning algorithm, what is do, you put a different data to your system, software, or your machine. Machine learning has so many techniques which is generated more kind of recommendation or data set for you. From the simple, suppose few data set, and now we are implementing machine learning algorithm, it generate lot of more data for you, lot of more information for you. So that's why your machine learning is a very vital part of your artificial intelligence. Without machine learning, you cannot get the desired result or desired recommendation that you want to get out of your system. So when you are running a model, this is basically it is a training model. We fed with the data, and when a new data is coming up, it is matching. It's matching whether this kind of information can be predicted or not. So that's why when you go for a model training, you have fed with the training data set, and slowly move with different kind of test data set, which will give you more kind of result or prediction. That's a machine learning is a subset of AI, and it is basically the computational techniques or algorithm that will use your training and test data. Similarly, these are the different machine learning techniques that you use, and obviously artificial intelligence cannot go without this one independently. Reinforcement learning, which I was telling about, like your natural language processing, your speech recognition or speech processing, all these are part of a Reinforcement learning and machine learning is helping in giving all those kind of algorithm and technique. Similarly, like our in our daily industry practice or in any service organization, we always use like supervised learning and unsupervised learning, knowingly or unknowingly. So when you have a systematic method of implementation in our already in our software product, then it is already inbuilt. When it is not there, then maybe explicitly or implicitly we are adding up it. Like supervised learning, like classification and regression, which help us to making a decision. Similarly, like unsupervised, which helps us in clustering and association. Association means like your market basket analysis. I am a customer. I am going to the e-commerce site. Which product I should buy? Or I am an e-commerce company. I want to predict which product or which product combination my customer is liking to buy. So liking to buy. Is it like that along with the apple and juice is buying the bread? So, or is that apple, bread, and egg is buying? So, this kind of scenario basically you get from the association rules of the machine learning, which is automatically giving a artificial intelligence report, I mean recommendation to the company that, okay, if we are giving this kind of product, then we can give some loyalty offer to the customer like that. So this is how basically I'm not going to the more detail how basically association rule or clustering and other things is helping for a artificial intelligence report or recommendation. But I'm overall telling like these are the techniques which is used and is a part of also artificial intelligence. Similarly, if you see the business value forecast, I collected it from Gartner research site. These are the you can say the way that we are moving towards. And if you see here, your decision support and augmentation, you see this bar, it is increasing. Your AI is making more of your stake in decision making, because any machine, any software or anything, it is giving you a recommendation which is now built upon AI rule or AI principle. So if you look at here, that is the prediction what Gartner research has done. Now in our every kind of industry or every kind of service operation, artificial intelligence will play a vital role. Similarly, as I told, its industry is scattered and every industry is now going for AI application. Whether you consider it a retail or retail company, whether it is a transport or logistic company, whether it is a travel company, whether it is a consumer packaged good, public sector, banking, high-tech industry, oil, gas, insurance, agriculture, chemical, media, telecommunication, what not. So every kind of industry is now leveraging on artificial intelligence. They're leveraging on artificial intelligence. Yesterday I booked a ticket. I booked a ticket, but next day it is showing in my Instagram and Facebook. So the way the data connected, the way we are moving with artificial intelligence technique or machine learning techniques, obviously it will give a more impact on the personal life of us as well as the industry impact also. So these are the some data. If you can see that as we are now implementing artificial intelligence in the broad way also, it is giving a more efficiency and revenue enhancement. Why you will do implement a new technology if it is not giving us a productivity in our work culture, or if it is not generating revenue for me, then I should not implement this one. And some of the product that even Miss Madeline also projected about her product. So these are all like intelligence kind of tool, which nowadays also taking artificial intelligence technique or machine learning techniques to give a more kind of productiveness to organization as a whole in terms of cost as well as the efficiency in the working. Right. So if I talk about how does your artificial intelligence and market intelligence come in line? As you know, this is a fundamental thing that I think everybody in the industry and those who have been teaching marketing in university also, this is the basic thing. So market intelligence here means you got a intelligence about your product. So if I can see that the way I make my product, it will reveal on the market. So is my product is based on a AI or other thing, that is different. If I am making through artificial intelligence, maybe my product will be better. So if my competitor also have the similar kind of software product they're using or they are developing, then what better I can do? So better nowadays, the better things that in terms of technology advancement. So if everybody is using artificial intelligence, but which kind of artificial intelligence technique or which kind of you can say methodology or algorithm I will use in my product, in my software, which will have the giving the better advantage. So product intelligence here means, suppose even I consider a retail product, I'll consider that I want to sell a milk package, milk packet or milk. So in that milk, how can I find that which region of Malaysia or Singapore are liking my brand? So that is giving a depend upon the kind of data I have already gathered. So your market analysis and your market research has already given which region of Malaysia and Singapore is liking that particular kind of milk product or milk packaging. So these are the things which nowadays, like most of the you can say product based company or you can service based company, they have been using it as a terms of business intelligence. Though business intelligence has lot of output will come, you will use data mining there, you will use big data warehousing there, you will use every kind of data analytics method also. But just for information, data mining is also not going away. Data mining also will come inside your artificial intelligence. Whenever you are talking about a machine learning, and when you are using algorithm, then data mining also comes to play. So every field of computer science, and you can say now it is all linking with this bigger field to give a more kind of flavor, or you can say more kind of leverage on how to use the artificial intelligence technique. Similarly, like nowadays online market, as I remember from previous few talks, like it's a like pre-COVID era and a post-COVID era. Do you imagine most of the e-commerce company, they have generated more revenue in this COVID era? The way I am telling the simple example here, the service like your like Talabat or Zomato, and maybe previously, like before COVID, the service person's job was very less. Now the service person's job is more, and the way you are tracking your order, the way we are finding every information, all these are very easy now. So online market intelligence, as you can look at this picture, like your travel transport that you are using, and we all have experienced this kind of thing, whether it is a telecom or your pharmaceutical industry, they have been also using. So everywhere you can see that customer is at the main point where other things is coming in. So looking at the type of customer, your market intelligence is also getting on change. How AI is used in business intelligence, like your revenue increase. Suppose you are investing, so out of your investment, how much your business will be profit out of this investment on AI. Similarly, this is one of the AI, how it is improved the customer service. You can see in this picture, like this is a consumer, this is business buyer. Then we have an interaction among cloud connected product. Then we have anticipated the need. So these are the whole dashboard. Now a company can expect to predict or to analyze once he has to give a service to the customer, and there also artificial intelligence is also coming over. And how we are moving, your artificial intelligence and your business intelligence application is coming in. I mean, the way we implement, the way we generate the business intelligence report is also coming hand to hand. And you can see here, like it is improve your outcomes and boost revenue. And sometimes we get a better customer experience. The way my customer experiences service from me, obviously he love me to buy product from me. The way I am giving them further options, or the marketing idea that I am the marketing leverage that I am predicting for my own company is also giving me more leverage using of artificial intelligence. Similar, like you are achieving higher visitor attention. Now I'll give an example of currently in United Arab Emirates. We have a Expo 2020, which the biggest event is coming. Like 192 countries are comes to here. 6 months or 1 year back, we have a prediction that this number of customer will come from different part of the world. Even it is a COVID era, but there is a prediction system. And what are the facility has to be given inside the whole area. All things are also used using your artificial intelligence. Government here has a artificial intelligence department, and they are doing all kind of research and all kind of application oriented things. They predict all those kind of information. How to make Expo 2020 is a more remarkable, and also how it will help to different people who are coming all over from the world. These are some implementation area. I'm not going to much of this application area, like your customer journey, as you can say, the loyalty program. And this point I'll tell about real-time emotional intelligence. Emotional intelligence and artificial intelligence is quite normal. Because our neuron, your machines, like a human, when it thinks, we contain a lot of neurons. So all these neuron point is joint. So for a machine or for a system, my data points are my neuron. So whenever I'm buying a product online, or I am even going to a purchase physically from a shop, so basically the people's emotion is there. Okay, this is now 2 ringgit more, but still I'm buying that one because I like the look of the product. Okay, this is like 5 ringgit, 2 ringgit less, but okay, I can use that product. So this kind of emotional intelligence, because when I'm doing a marketing for my company, basically I'm dealing with the emotion of the customer. So sometimes most of the customer you'll find emotionally tagged, though they look at the price and other thing, but the emotional link to any kind of service or product sometimes give a better leverage, right? So this is the example I gave somewhere in the to the banking people, where artificial intelligence use starting from your voice instance to your monitoring to your KYC service, and to all kind of smart contract, your credit things. So like you can see, like channel, front office, middle office, bank office, everywhere they use the artificial intelligence. Similar, this is like what you do in a banking industry. And recently I have done a workshop for the tax people in Nigeria, where how tax advisor is coming, the AI is playing a role in the tax advisor. So that also we have we taken all kind of previous data information. What Nigeria government wanted here, that how I can collect the pending tax from the people, and how can I see that my tax revenue will be increasing, or any other factors which will be comes to play. So there also your AI also plays a role. Similarly, like as you can say, computer vision everywhere. You driving your car, you want a location, or you want any kind of understanding of your. Suppose you got traffic fine. So how do you see that whether really you have done a wrong or not? How the police is taking a decision. So these are the things mostly I can say in UAE. This technology has used by traffic management department very much. Then similarly, like your autonomous driving. So just 2 days before, in newspaper it comes like already in Dubai we are using a autonomous driving vehicle. There is a driverless car. So this is also built on the AI rule, or artificial intelligence method. A lot of things will come over here, how to do how basically autonomous driving is done. and looking at different location, your Google map, and lot of things is embedded on that, so that it will be a should not be any accident. It should be a free accident prone automated driving vehicle will be there. Similarly, like when you go for financial industry where you want whether it is a stock market or it is a any kind of financial prediction that you want to do, so there also AI is coming up, right? And I think most of industry people here, they may be knowing like how basically AI is now helping. UAE government nowadays, if you have heard about like your, I think next speaker is there for blockchain. Maybe like Bitcoin concept will come up. So come up means it is already in the implementation. It is implementing here, but most people are not investing on the Bitcoin. So can my AI will suggest that whether the Bitcoin is a better approach to go for investment or not. So AI is also play a role over there, like different kind of financial aspect or financial industry that is going on nowadays, which wants to implement the AI. Similarly, like your healthcare, and here AI is playing a major role, as I can say. Here the your patient or customers' life and death matters. So the way our imaging technology is helping us and giving us suggestion, only taking the scanning and other thing, diagnosing the report is not the only thing. The way it is recommending whether if somebody has a tumor, whether it has to go for operation or not, or the kind of medicines that I supposed to use, or the kind of operation it is recommended is also play AI is a very very good role. So I can see personally see that I have visited many hospital. I see that how AI is or artificial intelligence is basically working tremendously in healthcare field. So these are some pictures which I have taken from different research without hampering the copyright, but these are the medical images that basically AI is helping in the healthcare. Similarly, bioinformatics, where gene-based prediction, your protein prediction, like your drug discovery, all these are data-driven, which AI is also playing a role. Similarly, when you go for your AI in photography, I mean you use different photo analysis, like the way now your devices have been generated, like your mobile and other, and the way our camera is inbuilt. So different camera is now giving different kind of you can say art and photography things to your imaging technology. If you're loving like visiting somewhere, maybe for tourists, maybe for you can say those people who are basically work as a in the tourism field, for them also it is helping. Similarly, these things you might have known, like how nowadays the deepfake technology is playing a very major role. People are making false videos of celebrity, and they want to be famous. So that way, the realistic generation of how the image classification and other things will happen, or you can say the video classification, the way people are making false news about certain things. So that is a application of artificial intelligence, or that is also a solution how to remove that. So defect technology kind of things is basically helping you to generate a fake video, also to defect that video. So there are two techniques. So as I tell, that technology is obviously play a role, as well as technology also will play solve, and also it will give you also a problem. This is your defect, which is AI oriented, and these major companies which use machine learning approach to facilitate artificial intelligence, like Azure, Google, Amazon, and Apple. And thank you all to patiently listening to me. And again, I can say technology is not the end, and technology will be leveraging on artificial intelligence in coming days more. But everything that counts can be counted, and not everything that can be counted counts. So something we have to count, something we don't have to count. Thank you very much for the patience listening to me, and it is a wonderful to be in connect with you all.
Thank you so much, Dr. Manas, for your sharing with us, and we really appreciate your good self being here with us. Thank you so much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we thank you so much for continuing to be here with us until now. Lunchtime will be starting from now until 2:30 p.m. Please do have an enjoyable lunch, and we meet here again at 2:30 p.m. one more time for more sessions with your good selves. Thank you. Hi and good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for being here with us one more time. And welcome back to the second half of MAHSA International Conference on Industrial Revolution, Information and Communication Technology 2021, which is being held on the 12th and 13th of November 2021 from MAHSA University. And of course, this is a virtual conference. Now, it is a great pleasure for me to introduce our second keynote speaker of the day, Mr. Kurt Bergman, Malaysia Managing Director and Global Head of IT Service Management for Standard Chartered and Head of Global IT Service Operations for BP, who is going to speak to us about digital transformation as a journey, holistic focus on people, processes, and tools. Mr. Kurt is a senior IT executive who has been working in IT service management for 25 years. His passion is building agile teams that can provide value, add services in fast-changing business environments. He has been a managing director and global head IT service management for Standard Chartered and head of global IT service operations for BP. Prior to that, Mr. Kurt was country manager Malaysia for British Telecoms and BT's head of IT manager services for Asia, Middle East, and Africa, managing shared services teams across the region. Hello, Mr. Kurt. How are you?
Hi, Tara. Thanks for inviting me.
Thank you so much. We are so glad to have you. So I will leave your good self now with your own session.
Okay, I'm going to start my screen.
Please do.
Can you see my screen, Tara?
Not yet.
Just let me know when it's there.
All right. Still not? Did your good self press on share screen?
Oh, 1 second. That might be my fault. Share screen.
All right. Okay.
Now I just need to see the start to right screen.
Okay. Is it possible to have it in full screen, please?
1 sec.
Sure.
I think I've got the wrong screen actually currently sharing.
No worries. All right.
Yeah.
So I give you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Tara. And thanks
so
everyone for joining. So good afternoon. It's a real honor and pleasure for me to be a speaker at this MAHSA International Conference. My name is Kurt Bergman, and I have been working in IT service management in various global leadership roles for the past 25 years. In my presentation, I will share with you why it's important for organizations to take a holistic approach on digital transformation and why we call it a journey. I do want to emphasize that digital transformation is not something that only affects the IT department and only focuses on the implementation of new technology and automation. Digital transformation requires a holistic approach that includes not just the technological aspects, but also requires transforming the operating model, the business processes, as well as the people and culture of an organization. The actual objective is to transform the business into an agile organization, as the future is uncertain and we want to be able to adjust and adapt when requirements change. I use the word continuous journey, as this is not an organizational change management project with a fixed end date in mind. So the agenda for today's presentation, I want to start with sharing my view on how the fourth industrial revolution is disrupting traditional business models and our existing ways of working. Before any company embarks on digital transformation, it needs to have a clear purpose for why this change is necessary. For any significant organizational change to be successful, the purpose of change has to be well defined and thoroughly and often communicated to all employees. And I will explain the purpose for change using the oil and gas industry as an example. I will share with you from my background in IT service management what kind of changes we are making in our processes and tools to become future ready. And then I will focus on the most important element, the people and cultural change to enable the new ways of working. And I want to start off the presentation on a light note. So just have a look at the picture here and think for a few seconds, what's the job of these three individuals? And I'm going to share the answer now. So this job was called a knocker-upper. And people in the 19th century would hire knocker-uppers to shoot peas at their window or to tap on the glass using a long pole to wake them up. So a knocker-upper was a member of a profession that actually started during the first Industrial Revolution, when alarm clocks were neither cheap nor widely available. And personally, I think it's an interesting example of a job that has become obsolete and has been displaced by technology, in this case, the alarm clock. We're currently in the fourth Industrial Revolution, and like what has happened during the previous ones, this one will result in jobs being displaced by technology as well. However, it will also create a lot of new job opportunities. The World Economic Forum, in their 2020 Future of Jobs report, estimates that in the next 5 years, 85 million jobs may be displaced by a shift in the division of labor between humans and machines. On the other hand, they expect that 97 million new jobs will be created. When I talk about the fourth Industrial Revolution, it's largely driven by 4 specific technological developments. One being the use of high-speed mobile internet, the use of AI and automation, big data analytics, and cloud technology. And although the world has gone through 3 previous industrial revolutions, there is a difference with the last one. The main difference this time is that changes are happening at a pace that has never been seen before. And I want to put the emphasis on the word transformation. This is not a transition. It's not about incremental change. It's not about continuous improvement. It's the profound transformation of existing business models and how organizations interact with their customers, with their employees, and with their stakeholders. And this is why we often refer to it as digital disruption. Digital disruption is the change that occurs when new digital technologies and business models affect the value proposition of existing goods and services. And companies that do not embrace this new disruptive reality are at a great risk of becoming obsolete. The new digital business models are the principal reason why over half of the names of companies on the Fortune 500 list have disappeared since the year 2000. And as these emerging technologies become mainstream, the only thing that's certain today is that stability and predictability are a thing of the past. We're now moving towards a state of continuous change, where the future is uncertain and we need to be agile in our response. It also means that technology is now at the core of how businesses operate and interact. And basically, every company is a technology company. So no matter what products or services we provide to our customers, at the core of our business, it's all driven by technology. And the companies that embrace this fact are the ones that are going to shape the future of our world. The successful companies recognize the opportunity to do things differently. And the danger of not recognizing this disruption means you might fall behind and become obsolete as a company. A company that has been at the forefront of transformation and business agility is Amazon. And if we look at terms of revenue, Amazon is the biggest internet-based company in the world. They started out as a fully online bookstore in 1994. And today the company sells everything from books to groceries to shipping container houses. And from its inception, Amazon was based on a model of delivering online orders directly to the customer's address anywhere in the world. And its founder and owner, Jeff Bezos, envisaged the company being a technology company at heart, whose real business was to simplify online transactions for its customers. Now, while being this large online retail business, Amazon had to build massive data centers to manage their online retail business. And ensuring that their service would have enough capacity to handle peak usage, especially during Thanksgiving or Christmas periods, it basically resulted that 90% of the time, the servers were idle and not being used. And Amazon identified this excess of processing power as a new revenue stream for the company by offering cloud computing services to other companies in the Amazon data centers. So around 2005, Amazon launched the cloud services under AWS, Amazon Web Services. And this innovation fitted well within Bezos' initial ambition to make Amazon a tech company rather than an online retailer. And if you look at today's revenue for Amazon, the majority of the income comes from AWS. So when we talk about digital transformation, it's all about building business agility and resilience, not just by using new technology, but also by implementing new ways of working for the employees and new ways of interacting with your customers and using technology actually to generate new revenue sources. One of the quotes from Jeff Bezos, he mentions, "In today's era of volatility, there's no other way but to reinvent. The only sustainable advantage you can have over others is agility. That's it." But how do you become an agile organization? Now, before a company embarks on a digital transformation, they need to have a clear reason why change is required. If you want to be successful in changing your organization, you need to have a clear purpose for change that is well defined and well understood by all employees. Equally important is to make it clear what will happen to the organization if you don't change. And in this case, with digital disruption, if you don't change, it often means you might become obsolete as a company. In my presentation today, I will use the oil and gas sector, which is now called the energy sector, as an example and share with you what their purpose for change is. So in the energy sector, the purpose for change is called the dual challenge. And that means that on one side of the equation, by 2040, the demand for energy will increase by 30%. So the world population needs 30% more energy in the next 20 years. And that's mainly because a continuous increase of the world population, but also many millions of people will be lifted out of poverty and will start to have access to things like air conditioning or refrigerators or even cars. And if you know how long it takes for energy companies to start exploration of new energy sources and making this energy available for production and consumption, it takes many, many years. So these decades also, or even sometimes century-old energy companies, they currently have a certain energy output. And to increase that energy output by 30% to meet the world demand in 2040 is no mean feat at all. Now, it's called a dual challenge because on the other side of the spectrum, on top of the increase in demand, energy companies have an obligation to reduce their emissions of greenhouse gases by 50%, as agreed in the Paris Climate Agreement. So the dual challenge for energy companies, how can we meet a drastic increase in energy demand while at the same time reducing our current emission levels by half? And what's clear for them is that if they continue to operate as they've done for many decades, it won't bring them where they need to be. It will require an overhaul of the existing ways of working and really unleash the potential of digital, big data, and advanced technologies. And if you look at COP26 and everything that's happening, of course, now in the environment and the climate change, you do see, of course, that the old energy companies, the oil and gas companies, are moving away from oil and gas and fossil fuels towards more sustainable energy sources. But it's also clear that in the next couple of decades, the demand for oil and gas will continue to increase. So we can't just rely on green energy. And that means that these companies also need to find new ways to increase the yields from their existing oil and gas fields and make them more efficient. So this requires a new operating model that will be built on and defined by automation and the use of intelligent technologies. So while the energy companies have a clear purpose for change, they have also seized the opportunity now to overhaul their existing ways of working. And when you want to become a highly digital and agile organization, you cannot just focus on implementing new technology. It requires a holistic end-to-end approach that includes people, processes, and tools. So I want to start focusing now on the next generation of process, which is based on my own area of IT service management as an example. Now, before you start transforming your processes, you really need to understand how your current processes work and the majority of the organization first, before you start moving into automation and RPA. So what we did in let's say, my oil and gas experience, but also, let's say, in the financial service sector that I worked in, is we started by reviewing all the existing processes and identify non-value added activities using Lean and Six Sigma methodologies. We then simplified and standardized the processes, removing duplication and non-value added activities before we brought in automation. And the approach for us was implement automation where possible, using human intervention when required. When I talk about automation, it does not necessarily mean RPA. The use of platforms like ServiceNow gave us the opportunity to automate a lot of our manual workflows. We also used the opportunity in the process transformation to start relying less on reactive service level agreements and instead start focusing on value creation and customer experience. And for those of you familiar with IT services and IT service operations, the vast majority of our contracts are service level based. And that basically means that maybe at the end of the month, you send a report to your customers saying, did we meet our service levels, yes or no? And even to the point that even if all your service levels show green, you might still have a customer who's dissatisfied because they experienced or expected something else from your services. So what we're seeing now is we're moving more and more away from reactive service levels into new KPIs that are focused on customer experience. We're also defining new roles in the organization, like service owners and product owners and scrum masters, and start building small teams that manage and own the entire development, delivery, and management of new services and products. So in the end, we became more agile using connected platforms, integrated with third-party applications, really start using data analytics and machine learning, and start collaborating with various stakeholders. And we've moved from being reactive to becoming much more proactive. And again, this is a journey, so we're definitely not there yet. It's going to take a few more years before we really can say we now have a real proactive service management organization. But I think if you see where we came from where we are today, there's big improvements to be made already. And again, just to give you an example, if you're familiar with IT service operations, it's always been a very reactive way IT services has been working, where, for example, an end user has a problem with an application, they cannot access their application, they call the service desk logs an incident ticket, does some triage, assigns the ticket, for example, to the second line server team, the second line server engineer fixes the problem on the server, restarts the server, gets the application back online, and a few hours later, hopefully, the end user is able to connect to the application again. But it's all been reactive. We start to work once the business impact is there and someone is logging an incident for us to resolve. Now, with the new tools and the new possibilities of data analytics and machine learning, we're actually monitoring the health status of our IT service infrastructure as well as our applications in real-time basis. And that basically means that with the use of AI and machine learning, we're now able to respond to any anomalies and start fixing issues before they become incidents, which of course means that the impact to the business is much less of any incidents. And it also, of course, provides a much better customer experience. Now, I've mentioned the word agile a couple of times. Companies need to be agile to respond fastly to continuously changing business requirements. And what is Agile? It's an iterative approach to project management and software development that helps teams deliver value to their customer faster with fewer headaches. And instead of betting everything on a big bang launch, which used to be called, let's say, waterfall approach for projects, we're now having Agile teams delivering work in small but consumable increments. And all the requirements, the plans, and the results are evaluated continuously, so teams have a natural mechanism for responding to change quickly. And by implementing Agile operating models, companies are transitioning into more simple and flexible structures, moving away from traditional multi-layered and siloed teams. Within Agile, Scrum is the most popular framework for developing, delivering, and sustaining products and services in complex environments. And this is done by small, cross-functional teams that are self-managed and empowered to deliver and operate products and services. And there are many companies out there that offer in-depth training on Agile and Scrum, which goes way beyond the scope of this presentation. But I would definitely urge you to look into the Agile framework and the Scrum framework. But in a nutshell, if we quickly look at the picture here, Scrum, it requires a Scrum Master to foster an environment where the product owner, and that might be, let's say, someone who owns a business application, orders the work into a product backlog based on value creation. For example, new functionalities for a mobile application. This small cross-functional Scrum team turns a selection of the work into an increment of value during a sprint. And a sprint is basically a very short project of 2 to 4 weeks. And the Scrum team, at the end of the 2 to 4 weeks project, together with the stakeholders, inspect the results during the sprint review and adjust the work for the next sprint. And the outcome, being an increment, which is basically, let's say, new functionality for an application, can then be released into production every few weeks, and value gets created for the company. And although these Scrum teams started off in software development, they now become part and parcel of any company that implements Agile at scale. So I mentioned the Agile methodology, the Scrum Way framework, and as part of the new ways of working, that we're now moving into smaller teams. And to enable these teams to collaborate in a world where people either work from home or work remotely, as well as in the office, we need tools that enable collaboration, sharing of data, and access to applications from any location on any device. And when I talk about what we call, let's say, the next generation of tools, I think there's two key aspects to it. One is cloud-based, and the second one is the use of shared platforms. So if we go to cloud-based, why would we choose for cloud? Well, one of the things is security. I think across the world, of course, with data privacy protection and, let's say, the risk of ransomware and hacking, etc., the focus on security is obvious for every company. But if you just look at the amount of money that Google or Amazon or Microsoft, the big cloud providers, what they spend yearly on security, that's way beyond any other company would be able to do for themselves. The other advantage is also that they provide multi-layered security and data encryption. So they have security in the application level, in the infrastructure level, in the access to the data, and as we said, all the data is encrypted at various levels as well. The big advantage of cloud, especially, let's say, if you want to become an agile organization, is that it's scalable. If we compare the old ways of working, where everything was basically on-premise in our own data centers, whenever you wanted to implement a new system, let's say you want to move into a new ERP system for your company, it basically meant you had to start ordering new servers, you had to order new network devices, you had to order new storage. And just the ordering, the receiving, the installation of your IT infrastructure would take weeks, and in most cases months. And this was, of course, a large upfront investment that you need to make on your infrastructure without generating any revenue. Now, when you move to the cloud, that basically becomes scalable, because in the cloud you can add compute and storage instantly in a matter of minutes, and you only pay for what you use. Most companies, including the ones I've worked for, use a multi-cloud solution. So you don't want to have a lock-in with just one cloud provider. The ones I used to work with is AWS, so Amazon Web Services, and Microsoft Azure. And the benefits again for cloud is also that just the sheer amount of compute power that is made available to companies. So it really enables companies to start using Internet of Things and to start using big data analytics at scale. The good thing is also for the cloud providers, they actually provide you with the tools to do data analytics, so you don't have to provide your own tools there. And maybe also from an environmental perspective, as I mentioned, you pay for what you use in the cloud. So if you have applications there that are only used during, let's say, office hours, Monday to Friday, you can basically shut down the application and the infrastructure over the weekend, and that means you don't pay for it. The last point is neat from an environmental perspective. So moving your data and your applications to the cloud basically means you are reducing your carbon emission by on average of 88%. So besides cloud, the use of shared platforms is another big area in the next generation of tools. So to improve the agility, the collaboration and integration, the majority of companies is reducing the number of applications that they have within the company and really start moving towards a smaller number of reusable IT platforms. And for me in IT service management, one of the most commonly used platforms is ServiceNow. And within our teams, let's say, because we are the internal IT, by moving to ServiceNow, we actually start creating center of excellence teams within our IT organization who manage the access and the availability of the platform to our business. And then the product teams of the business can actually start defining and building their own requirements and functionality on this platform. And as these platforms use low code, you don't need highly skilled developers, but you can start training some people in your team to become citizen developers who can easily build, test, and release new functionality rapidly. Another benefit indeed for platforms is that they easily integrate with other platforms and third-party applications via APIs. And that basically enables you to start creating new business opportunities by combining different products from different third parties into a new service. And examples of the platforms that we use, as I said, for the cloud, multi-cloud, AWS and Azure, we definitely use the Microsoft 365, so all the Office 365 products, including MS Teams for collaboration and Power BI and Tableau for reporting. So I'm now getting to the final section of the presentation. So I focused on the processes and the tools, and actually getting now in the most important part, and that's the people and culture aspect of digital transformation. And I visited the UK at the end of 2019, just before COVID hit, and attended the presentation from Mercer on their global talent study. And if you look at the top here, it said there was a question to the senior management saying, do you anticipate significant business disruption in the next 3 years? And for me, what stood out is that in that question in 2018, only 26% of the senior management anticipated business disruption. By 2019, so this is still pre-COVID, but only 12 months later, it went from 26 to 73%. So suddenly people saw that something was changing within their business. Now, I don't have the numbers for 2020, but we can only imagine that during COVID, business transformation has accelerated for most companies, and that almost everyone encountered some form of business disruption. The report also shows, if you look at 2019, let's say, so what are the top concerns for your senior management with regards to workforce and workforce transformation? Yeah? And in 2019, the main concern for them was digital workspace experience. How can we provide a digital work experience to our workforce, but also how can we even find a workforce with the right skills, or find the way to upskill people with the right digital capabilities? And although in 2020, in the next year's reports, it still comes out as number 2, But one thing stood out, and that's employees' health and well-being. It wasn't even an issue mentioned in the top concerns in 2019, but it basically became the top concern when COVID started. So when we look at the current study, one thing stands out: the need to plan workforce transformation with care. Leaders are most concerned about delivering against transformation goals in the face of widespread stress and fatigue. So the future of work is no longer just dominated by the rise of automation and AI, but it's brought to us by really focusing on the values and behavior, by building business resilience, and to focus on the well-being of our staff. So what is it if we're talking about the next generation of people? So I've been working in Asia and basically in Malaysia for the past 16 years. And if you look at the current landscape in Malaysia, especially around the global business services, so Malaysia has more than 600 global business service companies and provides employment to over 250,000 employees. So it's a big chunk of the Malaysian economy. And when we look at the companies that started their organizations here in Malaysia, most of them started as shared service organizations that performed back office activities. They started here about 10, 15 years ago. And initially, these shared service organizations were supporting their business by providing transactional and back office activities in a cost-efficient way. Now, gradually, they moved from supporting the business to enabling the business, when the shared service organizations transformed themselves into global business services that move beyond basic transaction functions. A GBS has expertise to deliver and incorporate multiple high-value functions into the process, such as data analytics and consulting. And if we look at where we are today, I think we're at a crossroads from moving from enabling business to even creating business. Because with the rise of automation and machine learning and AI, we're now at a point that we can create new business. So where initially the shared services and the IT organization often was seen as a business supporter, it moved to a business enabler and is now moving towards business creator. And rather than being seen as a service provider, a GBS organization acts more of a business partner of equal standing to the company it serves. But what does this mean for the employees? Now, in the last couple of years for the MNCs that I worked for, the GBS organization was the internal IT organization. And what that basically meant is we were facilitators of IT. We used to focus on managing service levels and managing our vendors. Yeah? The actual doing of IT work and the actual expertise of IT was within our vendors because IT wasn't seen as core part of the business. Yeah? So we were just vendor managing. Now, if we say indeed that every company is a technology company, that means now that technology is a core part of the operating model and the business model. And that means we need to redirect the resources toward delivering technology and not performing back office tasks. So we need to become, instead of facilitators of IT, we need to become experts of IT. Yeah? And the way to do that is indeed to start automating the mundane activities so we can really start freeing up our IT resources and direct them towards digital and other in-demand technical skill sets. And although we're still looking, of course, outside to hire any new employees that have technical expertise and capabilities, the demand for these skills far exceeds the supply. So it basically means we need to build these capabilities in-house and deepen our collective data and technology expertise, especially in technology areas like big data analytics, cloud technology, and software engineering. But it's also important that it's not just about training people in new skills, but actually give them the opportunity to start applying these skills into their day-to-day job. And that means make them part of an agile or scrum team where they can start applying these new skills. So if we're looking to the new ways of working for the employees, there's multiple levels. It is need to become much more technological savvy and understanding, let's say, cloud technology, big data technologies, etc. But it's also flexibility of working, which has, of course, been exacerbated and accelerated by COVID. So if you look at, especially, let's say, the financial services GBS organization, it was basically 100% working from office. There was no home working. Now, then COVID hit, and in a very short period of time, instead of 100% working from the office, it became close to 100% of the workforce working from home. And we're now moving to a hybrid model where roughly, let's say, 50% of the people will be working from the office and 50% of the people will be working from home. So you need to get, let's say, a kind of flexible working agreement in place with your employees. And as I said, they need to start being trained in Agile and DevOps and Scrum, so they can start collaborating in these small teams. Another methodology that we focus on a lot is customer-centric design thinking. We really need to start to become much more customer-focused and value-driven, and make sure that any new product or service or functionality that we bring out has a specific value to the customers. So we don't create new tools or new models of working just because we like it internally, but because it really adds a value to our customers. And to become much more agile, it also means that these small people, especially in the front line, need to be empowered. The frontline people are the ones closest to the business and to the customers, and they know what the customer wants. And you need to empower them to make decisions and to start experimenting, let's say, with new ways of working or new functionality or new tools that we can offer to the customers. And that basically means you need to minimize the number of approval levels. If you need to go for everything that you want to do new, have to approve 3 or 4 layers up in the organization, you're just slowing everything down and you're not being agile. So to come to the conclusion in my presentation, digital transformation isn't just about automation. To weather any disruption in a volatile environment, we need a blending of new technologies as well as an agile mindset and workforce. The future of work requires a holistic end-to-end approach, including people, processes, and tools. And to make a change, you need to have a clear purpose of why change is necessary, and also make the consequences very clear that if you don't change as an organization, what it means for you. You need to focus on what the transformation means, not just only on the organizational level, but also on the level of your managers and leaders into the individual employees level. So to become an agile organization, the digital transformation requires a cultural and an organizational change. Less formal organizational structures. People are going to work in smaller self-organizing teams that own and manage the development and the operations of the products and services that are being offered. There's less focus on processes, compliance, and hierarchy, and more on value streams and customer experience. And we need to automate where possible to free up our internal talent for higher value-added activities. And as an organization, we need to cultivate health and well-being of our employees. If we look at the leaders of the future, of the leaders of tomorrow, actually, it's gone with the old command and control and micromanagement. That really doesn't work anymore in an agile organization. So the leaders should be human-centric, and they should really be there to set the vision and the direction for their teams, based, of course, on the strategy and the vision of the company. Yeah? They're there to empower their people at all times. So you set the vision and the direction, but you don't tell people how to do their job. That's for them to decide. It also means you start building servant leaders, that are coaches and mentors towards the team, with a main focus basically on continuously looking what are the skills that are required within my team, and how do I ensure that all my team members continue to develop themselves. You need to be a storyteller. You need to be able to motivate your people to go on this journey or digital transformation, and also in transforming your own ways of working. So people need to really start trusting their leaders as well. And that means the leaders need to be a role model for the values and behaviors of the company, as well as the active promoters of diversity and inclusion. And they need to create a psychological safe space for the team members to be really creative, share ideas, opportunities, challenges, and start experimenting, let's say, with new tools and new processes. What does it mean for the employees themselves? They really need to start, every individual for themselves. You really need to start building your personal resilience. You need to be able to deal with and embrace change. We're now going into a state of continuous change, and whatever your job is today, it will look different 2 to 4 years down the line. It might not even exist anymore, your job 2 to 4 years down the line. Yeah. So embrace change. You also need to be a team player and able to collaborate with team members from all different areas of the company. It's not about individual performance, it's about team performance here. Yeah. And you need to be open to experiment, to learn fast, fail fast, and learn from your mistakes. And most of all, you need to have a growth mindset, because it's all about continuous learning. You can be a master, for example, in Python today, but again, Python or any of the development software will be replaced in 3 to 5 years by something new. So it's important that you continuously keep an eye out to the industry that you work in, as well as the technology that's out there, and see what it might mean for your organization. So to conclude this session, although the fourth industrial revolution focuses on technological advancements like automation and artificial intelligence, the success of future of working depends on our focus on common values and behavior, our employee well-being, and human-centered leadership. If we can galvanize our people towards this North Star, we can build sustainable, bright futures for all. I thank you for attending this session on digital transformation, and I look forward to your feedback and questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kurt. We have really enjoyed your sharing with us, and we appreciate your good self being here with us today. So thank you so much. For our fourth session, I would like to call upon Associate Professor Dr. PDD Dominic from UTP Malaysia to speak to us about blockchain technology and applications. Now, Associate Professor Dr. Dominic is currently working as an Associate Professor in Computer and Information Sciences Department at University Technology Petronas UTP Malaysia. He received his PhD in management at Alagappa University, Karaikudi, India. He received his postgraduate diploma in operations research from Pondicherry University in India, Master of Business Administration, Master of Philosophy in Mathematics, and Master of Science in Mathematics from Bharathidasan University in India. Dr. Dominic, how are you today?
Yeah, great.
Thank you so much. So I will leave your good self with your session.
Okay. Can you see my slide?
Yes, we can.
Good evening, all of you. Thank you for the nice introduction, Ms. Tara. I am very happy to be here to representing UTP as a speaker for this conference MI IRICT 2021. I am very much thankful Professor Ala and Dr. Gunasegaran for this opportunity. So I am going to talk blockchain technology as well as and its application. First of all, we can start why blockchain. Emerging technology can radically improve many industries. From today morning, we come across various technologies like big data, e-commerce environment, data analytics, and then various technologies. One of the technology is blockchain technology, improving a lot on the security aspects and its application to many environment. If it is a medical imaging, medical environment, it is also there. By giving them a new opportunities for innovation. This is very much useful for reducing cost and a risk, but giving confidence to the users. It is highly secured. My data is highly secured. My documents are highly secured in nature. To record virtually anything of value, such as it starts with financial transactions, move on to personal identities, and then legal contracts, driving licenses, application in the transportation industry, and intellectual property rights. When you look at the origin of blockchain, it starts from 2007. Satoshi Nakamoto started with the Bitcoin virtual currency. So early it was started very low price of Bitcoin. So now 2021 it comes around one Bitcoin price around 60,000 US dollar. So how much growth the last 15 years it grown like anything. Slight comparison between the blockchain versus centralized ledger. In a banking environment, the daily transactions retained in one ledger, and then all transaction towards the end of the day is maintained as a in general ledger. That is a concept of general ledger in banking environment. The same concept is applicable for the blockchain technology. Each and every node is considered as document creation as well as maintenance, and then the information is uniformly available in all nodes, like you can call it as a replication. And then the method of document maintenance is important to maintain the security in a secured format, cryptographical method. And then immutable, it is very difficult to change, unable to change those data unless otherwise you are given a right to protect the data or modify the data. All nodes have some level of access to the ledger. All nodes agree to a protocol that determines the true state of the ledger at any point in time. The application of this protocol is called consensus protocol, uniform or consistency, not much difference or any difference in each and every node. Here one interesting example how it works. A transaction is requested and authenticated. Take for example, I am a customer. I go to the shop. I'm interested to buy a high-end car like BMW. So in that scenario, what are the data is required for the purchase of this transaction? Customer details and all the IC number, address, phone number, everything. And then the payment details, how I am going to pay through bank or digital check or some other mode of payment. It is a one point. And then when you are registering a car, so the details about the car like a chassis number, engine number, everything must be recorded in a document. Not only that, it should be attached with the JPJ that is responsible for providing the license of the car to be run on a road, and then they are attached with the number plate. So the number plate which will be given to the unique to the car. Not only that, it should be attached with road tax, and then it should be attached with the insurance. So there are many things. When you look at all the entities involved in the bigger transaction is called a block. A block representing the transaction is created. Now the block is sent to every node participation in the network. For example, insurance is one node, and then the JPJ is another node, banking is the another node, and then the license of number plate is another node, and then the dealer is another node, Likewise, you are generating the various nodes. So the nodes are validated the transaction. The nodes receive the reward of proof of work, typically the cryptocurrency. On a digital format, it is a secured way of maintaining uniform, consistent data in each and every node. Now the block is added to the existing blockchain. This excuse me, this will form the one block of various nodes. The update of the distributed across the network and the transaction is completed. Whenever there is a change in the ownership, again, the same information about the vehicle, the ownership is changed. Now you are going to change the particular node, the content of the node is going to be changed. Cryptography in blockchain, the initiation and broadcasting of transaction is in the form of digital signature. Private key and public key. This is something similar. The technology is same when you are doing transaction online. When you are doing transaction online with the bankers, digital signature is required, and then private key, public key is also required. Same technology is adapted in the blockchain. Validation of transaction, that is a proof of work, proof of stake, changing block, hash function is a technology or the background of database access is used. Now we will have a small comparison between a blockchain technology versus a database. The database has administrator. The general job nature is DBA, database administrator. He got the control of centralized control. He has only entities with the rights can access the database. Only entities entitled to read or write can do. Database are very fast. No history of records and the digital records. When you're coming to the blockchain, no on the admission. So there will be a no database administrator or blockchain administrator is required for this. Anyone can access when there is a provision of public in nature blockchain. Anyone with high proof of work can write on the blockchain. Likewise, there are few differences between the database and the blockchain technology. Let me have a small example of a smart contract, a computerized transaction protocol. Say, for example, I am running a business, I am a car manufacturer. Regularly, I am contracting or taking transaction with the car tire manufacturer. So the car tire manufacturer may raise the price of 5% price of a car tire every month. So in that scenario, I am going to make a contract with the car tire manufacturer. There are plenty of competition is there. Suppose I want to buy a car tire from you continuously for the next 2 years. This is the price of the car tire. So in that scenario, they can go for a contract of period of 2 years with the price of the car tire. A computerized transaction protocol. So they are making a contract. Executing the term of a contract, 2 years with a price. Generally to satisfy common contractual conditions. What are the conditions? Minimizing the need of trusted intermediates. This is the major advantage of any online business or e-commerce, e-business environment. We try to minimize the intermediate so that the benefit of the cost goes to the customer side, can be called through transactions. One of the typical example of the blockchain technology applied in Bitcoin, this is the first digital currency. What is needed in an electronic payment system based on cryptographic proof instead of trust, allowing any two willing parties no transact directly with each other without the need for a trusted third party. Bitcoin is a cryptocurrency. It's a first asset based on blockchain technology. And then there are various applications used the same technology. Second application is used for drug, weapons, e-commerce, and ransomware minimization. Used for remittance, speculations, store of value. Now we will go into the applications area. The lot of scope is there applying blockchain technology in automotive industry. Currently, the researchers related to automotive industry suggested a blockchain opportunities. The opportunities of original equipment manufacturers, suppliers, dealers, finance institutions, and consumers are all involved in the transaction of a automotive industry. Blockchain use cases, verification and process improvements, vehicle management and incentives, support payment and insurance. These are the various use cases involved in the automotive industry. Let me see in detail. Verification and process improvements, loyalty rewards use blockchain to enable a redemption of points, removing delays, cost, and poor integration with other systems. Blockchain captures, stores, and updates vehicle part information. Everyone can trace the origin of the spare parts. Manufacturer can identify vehicle that has defective parts through blockchain. So these are the major points in verification and process improvements. Coming to the vehicle management and incentives. Movement of a vehicle starting from manufacturer to scrap. Car information from different resources using blockchain are gathered and kept in registry for users. Check and verify odometer data through blockchain. The last use case of automotive industry, support payments and insurance. A blockchain-based solutions enables insurance firms to create professionalized vehicle insurance contracts based on actual driving behavior and automate the payment of financial settlement following the insurance claim. Blockchain enables vehicle owners to purchase services seamlessly, like paying the parking based and predetermined smart contracts. Look at the market size of automotive blockchain. A growth from USD 0.35 billion in 2020 to USD 5.29 billion by 2030. So 10 years, it goes like this. Increasing focus on reducing manipulation of data, better quality control, and the need for faster business transactions have triggered the growth of automotive blockchain market. My second application is in the healthcare. Blockchain healthcare. Again, three cases that you are going to see on supply chain transparency, patient-centric electronic health records, medical staff credential verification. So one typical example of supply chain transparency in the healthcare in a blood bank environment. So in the recent time in Malaysia, the shortage of blood collections in blood banks. The usage is very high and there are minimized collection points. It got into problem of scarcity of blood. So in that scenario, the government itself announced the individuals as well as the volunteers, the social organizations collect more blood and secure in a blood bank. Supply chain transparency. So as a customer, I am going to give my blood, where it goes and where it is going to be used, when I can provide the next blood donations. So this will go to, in a typical environment, the transportation of origin from the destination to the patient's supply chain transparency. And then patient-centric electronic health record. Assume that I got illness. I admitted in a small hospital nearby my place. If the doctor says that this is a critical environment, you have to move from this hospital to highly specialist hospital. So in that scenario, it is very difficult to carry all my records to that place. Not only that, in that place, in the new environment, the new healthcare, they may not believe these records. So in that scenario, they have to start again from the beginning, collecting data, and then go for all test categories. So when you are implementing this blockchain technology in healthcare environment, it is centralized access, uniform, as well as secured way of transferring the data from one entity to another entity. Third one is medical staff credential verification. Supply chain transparency, blockchain system can track medicines from the manufacturing point and at each stage through supply chain enables patients to have full visibility and transparency. Medical device manufacturers and pharmaceutical face high reporting burdens to ensure patient safety, so aggregating supply chain data into one system helps streamline compliance. Once all the data is in one place, healthcare companies apply artificial intelligence to better predict demand and optimize medicines accordingly. Patient-centric electronic health records, a comprehensive single source of truth of patients' medical records, creating a better experience for patients and healthcare providers. Medical insurers can receive immediate, validated confirmation of healthcare services directly from patients without the time and cost of an intermediary. Medical staff credential verification, faster credentialing for healthcare organization during hiring process. An opportunity for medical institutions ensures healthcare providers to monetize their existing credentials data on past and existing staff. Transparency and reassurance for partners. For example, organization, subcontracting, column tenders, emerging virtual health delivery models to inform patients and medical staff experience. So my third application on a blockchain is supply chain management. So all of you very well know about what is supply chain. You are starting procuring raw materials and make it available in our organization as an inventory. Whenever it is required, you can take it from the inventory and then manufacture your product and distribute the product to a supply chain like dealers, wholesaler, retailer, and reach the customer. It's a end-to-end service. Majority of the product is moving from one end to another end, that is from supplier to customer side, and then cash is moving or the currency is moving from customer to supplier side, and the information is moving both directions. So continuity of information which is available in a supply chain management by means of blockchain technology, communication, end-to-end communication, both directions are possible. Accessibility to information. So whenever, wherever it is required, easy to access. Link between physical and information flow. Code of conduct, violations, and fraud detections. So accordingly, we can go into the details. Continuity of information. Blockchain immutability. It is unable to change. Ensure sharing information between the related supply chain stakeholders. Traceability will be improved through blockchain historical ledger of the item from raw material to customers. Luxury of fake free products as the path of the product is kept on blockchain. Accessibility to information, detecting the customer behavior towards products in order to quickly decide how to improve the products, taking fast decisions directly based on the data from the blockchain. Code of conduct violations and fraud detections, verification of product or process characteristics can take less time and be more effective. Visualization of supply chain real-time situation can lead to process improvement and quick identification of issues. So next we move on to one more application is software development industry. This is a new era of software industry to apply the blockchain technology for each and every stage of developmental process. Improve software development by blockchain, very much useful for outsourcing, contracting, and other environment. Development process for blockchain applications. Improve software development by blockchain. Requirements can be translated into smart contracts where some developers can try to work on them, then testers will choose the best works. Developers will be paid based on their successful works only, and task distribution will be easier. Blockchain will promote trust and integrity where the stakeholders can watch the workflow. Outsourcing. This is a major aspect to minimize your cost when you are developing your software. Individual developers get underfunded as the middleman between the developer and the project client takes task of commissions. But the blockchain will end this commission and the middleman system. Software companies can establish a reputation and a reward based system to outsource their project task. Development process for blockchain applications, set the goal and identify the idea, choose the right blockchain platform, take advantage of token economics and token usability, approve the concept, prepare technical and visual design for blockchain implementation, development of work, that client approve this work. Blockchain and the education technology or education industry. So nowadays, education will become a business and we can call it as education industry. The degrees, certificates, diploma can be verified without the need for an intermediary. Intellectual property management problems can be solved by using blockchain to determine if an idea or invention is unique or to register IP assets, copyright, and patents. A verifiable a lifetime transcript would reduce the CV frauds and make moving the static into countries like complex. Blockchain trends. Blockchain as a service, self-sovereign industry, decentralization or decentralized finance, non-functionable token. So with that, I once again thank you for the organizers, MAHSA University, given me the opportunity to give this talk in the international conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. And we also are very glad to have your good self here with us. For our sixth session, I would like to call upon Mr. AJ Vallabhai, Project Leader, Tech Mahindra Singapore, to speak to us about DevOps, DevSecOps, a paradigm shift. Now, Mr. AJ has more than 15 years of IT experience, including leading banks like Citibank and DBS, with extensive experience in architecting client, server, and web applications, and 4 years of experience in manufacturing industry, industrial automation for Industry 4.0, MES, and ERP systems. He also has hands-on experience on a wide range of programming languages such as C#, Python, JavaScript, to name a few, with plenty of experience in training cross-functional teams across organizations. Mr. AJ, are you here? Your good self is on mute.
Hello, Tara. Thank you
Hello.
so much.
Thank you. So would you like to share some slides?
Yeah, please. Is my screen visible?
Now it is. So I leave you with your session. Thank you so much.
All right. Okay. Hello, everyone, and welcome to this session of this international conference. Before that, a heartfelt thanks to the organizing committee, MAHSA University's organizing committee, for organizing this eventful and a wonderful conference. I would say this was an informative day as well, because right from the morning, I've been watching other speakers' keynotes and the presentation. I have a lot of takeaways from there as well. All right. So for today's session, I would like to do a walkthrough on a couple of buzzwords in the technology industry: DevOps and DevSecOps. Okay. So I just wanted to name it as a paradigm shift. But is this really a paradigm shift? I would say, personally, I feel yes, it is, because the way we have shifted from the traditional software development, we are changing ourselves and a way forward, which is definitely a new paradigm, a new way of software delivery and software support and all those things. All right. So allow me to walk you through this journey let's hope. I hope this will keep you entertained. Okay. All right. Again, a big hello. I'm Ajay Wallabai. Currently, I'm working as a project lead at Tech Mahindra, Singapore. You can find more information about my professional experience in that LinkedIn link. Yeah. Okay. First thing first, I would like to do a disclaimer on a couple of things. We will be discussing, or I will be mentioning a few tools that are related to DevOps. Okay. By no means I endorse them or I recommend them. Okay. Also, the list that I'm going to provide is not an exhaustive, because I have listed them just because I have used them. There are plenty of or handful of alternates for those tools that I'm going to discuss. If you have been following other speakers, they have shared plenty of tools as well. All right. So those are just a kind of a kickstart. All right, kickstart list. You can do your research and get things for your requirement for your organization, because every requirement is unique. Every project is unique. For this preparation, for this slides that we are going to see, I did some research and I collected some references over the internet, which are duly acknowledged, and I have credited the sources of reference, which you will see it later. The last but not least is the thoughts, the opinions that I'm sharing here are personal and does not represent or my company in any way. Okay, so just to keep it simple, these disclaimers will come in handy. All right. Now, for today, I would like to have a few things on our agenda. All right. What is DevOps? And then why we need DevOps? What are the benefits it's going to give to a person, right? So the benefits can be seen from an individual's perspective, as well as from a team, and also from an organizational perspective. And of course, everything comes with its pros and cons. So there are challenges while implementing DevOps there. All right. Once we are done, I will show you a very simple, a bare minimum pipeline. Okay. Later, we'll know what exactly I mean by a pipeline. Pipeline is a term that you have to get familiarized if you are to embark on a DevOps journey. All right. Pipeline is a very commonly used terminology. We'll see what is that. Next comes the DevSecOps. Basically, it is all about security. We will see how DevSecOps goes hand in hand with DevOps. Okay. So without further ado, we will go into the first part of our presentation. So we will see what DevOps is all about. But most importantly, we will see what is not DevOps. All right. So a better way to understand DevOps could be from the other side. When we understand what is not, it would be easier to understand what exactly is this, right? Okay, another soft disclaimer is whatever we are going to see here is just the tip of an iceberg, right? Or a drop in the ocean, because DevOps and the related stuff are huge, enormous, and vast, right? Instead of looking for their boundaries, let's start our journey by scratching the surface first, and let's set our first foot on this remarkable journey. Yeah. All right. Let's go on. All right. Those folks or those audiences who hail from traditional software development, they wouldn't be surprised to see this particular slide, right? This gives them the timeline, the evolution along which we have come through when it comes to the software development. So by all means, DevOps is not a miracle that just happened overnight. One fine morning when we woke up, there was DevOps. No, it wasn't like that. We came through this evolution. We had waterfall methodology, which was proven solid, and yeah. Then in the 90s, we had a lean way of software development, and then in the 2000s, we had agile, which is considered to be a groundbreaking kind of stuff. And DevOps started in the last decade, like in the 2010, early 2009 or late 2010s. I mean, I don't get the exact date, but that's where it started, all started, all right? So today we are with DevOps, DevSecOps, clouds, and whatnot. The folks who have presented earlier, they have given us a whole chunk of stuff which are available today, especially the blockchain that Dr. Dominic was presenting earlier, all right? So does this mean DevOps is a destination? Definitely not. DevOps is not a destination. It is, again, going to be a part of this evolution. 5 years, 10 years down the line, we never know. Something might come up, a groundbreaking technology, framework, or the entire methodology that can change the current way we look at the software development and deployment, all right? So this is the evolution of the various methodologies, software methodologies we have been through all these years. Okay, so like I mentioned, to understand what is not a DevOps, let's see some of the misconceptions. Misconceptions here is I can rephrase it to lack of understanding, perhaps. But by no means I would say these misconceptions are wrong, entirely incorrect, all right? They are partly correct, and they lack the other part of this understanding. Okay, let's see them. To be honest, I was having a few of these misconceptions when I first embarked on this DevOps journey. Okay, so DevOps is using automation, right? DevOps is to collaborate development and operations. Until now, I haven't told you or explained you why we call that as DevOps, what exactly DevOps is, okay? But let's go through it first. Is to collaborate development and operations. Here, development and operations basically means development teams and operational teams, okay? So it's just to collaborate both the teams. DevOps is small deployments. This is the lesson or the fruit that we got from agile methodologies, right? Rather than deploying a system as a whole chunk, one whole big chunk, we break them into simple and smaller parts. Then we take it, plug into them, and we form a full cog, okay? DevOps is switching features. Yes, by DevOps, Agile, I would say be prepared for changes, rapid changes, which is completely the exact opposite of our traditional methodology. Traditional methodologies, whenever there is a change, we have to scroll back all the way to square one and start back. Okay, that is something that DevOps wants to, Agile methodology wants to address. And hence it is advised that be prepared for rapid changes. And DevOps is treating infrastructure as code. I hope you know what that infrastructure as code is. Some of you might be familiar by these terms by now. Platform as service, infrastructure as service, infrastructure as code, like platform as service, okay, so on and so forth. All right. So does this mean these things that I have shown here, are they incorrect? No, definitely not. Okay, we can take this in a different perspective. All these folks, they think that DevOps is something to do with technical teams. Only those technical teams need to adapt this. So they have to use a specific programming language. They have to automate it. They collaborate with other teams. They get things done. Partly correct, but not in a full, right? Okay, now let's take DevOps. Let's see that in a wider perspective. I would say DevOps is a cultural shift. What do I mean by that? By this, I mean people's mindset has to change to accept DevOps. The DevOps way of working is going to be the complete opposite of what we have been doing traditionally. So changing a people's mindset. That is a cultural shift. And that is the most crucial part of DevOps. If we are able to achieve that cultural shift, the DevOps thing falls into place, things get smoother. Okay. Communication, collaboration, and increased transparency between teams. We will be having different teams working together. Traditionally, we will not be having any kind of transparent communication. Things will get blocked, things will get hidden, so on and so forth. So DevOps tries to address those issues. A collaboration and an increased transparency, that is what the key term here. We have a shared responsibilities between the teams, among the teams. That is nothing like you have to do that or I have to do it. It is a shared responsibility. When this DevOps, the cultural change is being deployed, this can be felt very easily. And I have written those things based on our experience that we have been doing it in our current project, in the current company, or in the previous company as well. Okay. And another key term, earlier I mentioned pipeline, that you need to remember. And yet another important key term that you need to remember is CI/CD, in short, which is called continuous integration, continuous deployment, or continuous delivery. This is kind of a core objective that we are going to achieve using DevOps. Continuous integration, continuous delivery. All right. So CI/CD, automation, agile are all part of this culture, the DevOps culture. Nothing can survive independently. If they are going to survive independently, then we are not achieving DevOps. That's the boiling point. I mean, that's the end result. You can think so. All right. Core values. What are the values that DevOps can bring? Before we look into these core values, let's understand why do I bother about these values? I have a team and I have a process in place. I can develop my software. I can get it into the market, end user market. Yes, as a team, this is fine. We can do that. But when it comes to a management or an organizational standpoint, they would like to see what kind of value the process is bringing up. Because if that is going to create some value, that can be deployed, that particular process can be applied and deployed to various other teams. So whenever there is a change going to happen or an organization is going to bring a change, they first look into these values, right? So first, core value. So the core values, we can have it as, if you can Google like DevOps values, you will come out with a CAMS, C-A-M-S, all right? So that's the culture, automation, measurement, and sharing. Culture is going to be a common target. We are going to work towards a common target. We are going to have a cooperation among the department, which is very crucial and essential. We are going to adopt Agile. What do I mean by adopt Agile? Be flexible, be ready for changes, be ready for rapid changes, and cope up with that speed. Simple. Openness, transparency. Things has to be transparent so that we can avoid a lot of stuff. Things get moving. Right? That's the culture change or culture value that brings in to the team, a particular team. On if it is going to be deployed in a large scale, it's going to bring it to the entire organization. Automation. By all means, automation, whenever you see a repeated task, a repeated process, automate it. If you are not automating it, it's a crime. Okay? Simple as that. There is no excuse or there is no alternate to that. Automate it. Automation is going to save time, and that is really crucial when it comes to this DevOps pipeline. All right. Automation, it streamlines the processes. Processes are streamlined, everything goes smooth accordingly. It reduces the manual error, of course. Yeah, because each time I don't want human intervention to set up. Let's say, for example, we are going to deploy our applications in 3 different environments. Your SIT, maybe on a UAT and production, let's say, or staging in between. I don't want someone to set up my infrastructure at every environment. It has to be coded once, and that has to be deployed, and that has to be automated. All right, that's the thing we are looking into. Increase efficiency and performance? Obviously, yes. Yeah, it will. It will improve the efficiency. It will improve the performance, both as engineers or the persons working on it, and as an end result as well. Monitoring and tracking the software development lifecycle, which is very essential from a management perspective. Bottlenecks need to be avoided, and that can be anticipated and predicted only when we have a proper monitoring and tracking system. We're going to collect and analyze the feedback. This feedback not only from an end user, all right? When this whole DevOps cycle is going through, we may get a feedback from an operations team to the development team, or the development team can give a feedback to the operations team, or even our UAT test users or testers can provide feedback. And all those things have to be collected and analyzed, because we never know, that could streamline and automate and improve some of our processes, all right? And then align the team to a common goal. And this alignment is very, very crucial. That is one of the key value that DevOps can bring to our teams. Now, sharing issues and problems. What do I mean by share your issues and problems? And during the Scrum or a stand-up call, open it out. This is the issue we are facing. This is the bottleneck we are having. Sometimes folks from other teams may find or may give a hint or a lead to a solution, or they may even tell that we will handle it in our side, you just let it go, right? You know, that's how we open up your problems, your issues. You never know, solution can come in from any point, any direction. That actually happens, okay? And let's not do some of the things. Let's not do, most importantly, a blame game. Let's not drill down to who did that and why did he do that? What made him do that? And what is it exactly means? No, let's not go into that kind of a blame game. Rather, let's learn from those mistakes. Let's be more resilient. That will improve our sustainability and efficiency, right? The core values are really important to understand. We need to realize these core values so that DevOps can be accomplished at a higher level. All right, now let's come to see one of the key aspects. If you Google DevOps, let's say Google image, you will often see this kind of an image, an infinity, all right? Infinity, I guess, yeah. So why do we represent DevOps in this kind of an image? Because this image, it's almost accurately represents what DevOps is all about. Development team and operation team should go hand in hand. And we see some of the items, some of the tasks being handled by development team, some of the tasks handled by the operations team. There is nothing called a starting or ending point, or this is going to be it starts from here and ends here. No. The planning, the creation will be a continuous thing, while configuring and monitoring will also be a continuous thing. That is where we come into the CI/CD, continuous integration, continuous delivery. All right. So when a whole system or the entire bunch of a requirement is broken down into particles, into smaller pieces, we will be able to achieve this continuous integration and continuous delivery. Okay. For that to achieve, we will be having the agile way of doing things, and of course, we automate it. Okay. So this is basically a bird's eye view of what DevOps is about. All right. And I managed to get this image from that link that you can see that. Yeah, so that gives some basic understanding of what DevOps is all about. More than from a technical perspective, I want you to understand from I would say a management perspective, perhaps cultural change. Like I said, If that kind of a mindset being achieved, the technical aspects are simple to achieve. Yeah. Okay, now the second part of our presentation, why we actually need DevOps, right? Okay, so the shift to DevOps. I have done a quick comparison with the traditional world against the DevOps world. When the traditional world is focusing on planning, which itself, but the planning itself will take months, right? While DevOps world focuses on delivering. As we mentioned earlier, smaller deployments, quicker deliveries. When traditional world is kind of competing, even among us, the departments, among us, the teams, DevOps comes out for a collaboration, stands for collaboration. Okay. When we have an individual efficiency and productivity in a traditional world, DevOps creates team value. And the end product's performance is estimated. We wouldn't know what is my software, is how my software or how my product is going to perform. What kind of, is it going to achieve? Will it achieve what it is intended to? That's what the traditional world does. But the DevOps world measures the performance. We can actually do that. Okay, the continuous monitoring helps us with that when it comes to DevOps. Yeah. Okay. From a commercial standpoint or from a business perspective, getting your product to the market or to the end user at the quickest possible time is very crucial. It is kind of a key aspect. So every team or every organization will strive to achieve that, the shortest time to the market, right? I'm going to give a comparison now. Pardon the graphical images that might not be a very attractive one, but I'm just giving an example, okay? I have a traditional development, which is kind of slow, the slow charging battery. And I have a traditional operations, which is again kind of slow. And that makes that long for me to get into the market before my users, end users, start using my product. Now, I have an agile way of development, which is very quick. I can get things done, but my operations is still traditional. So I still need that much of time to reach the market. My end users will have to wait until I get it to them. Now, when I'm going to have an agile way of getting things done, an agile way of operations, I integrate them using DevOps. Now, DevOps has been implemented there. I have a development and operations teams are there. They work hand in hand, and the time to market is reduced considerably. A significant reduction in the time to reach the market. This is one of the key aspects which, from a commercial perspective, we need to consider when why we need to adapt to DevOps. Okay. Let's give the recent trend or the current trend on DevOps. By all means, I don't mean to say this is going to be constant. Okay. Right now, DevOps is having a trend, an upward trend. We never know. Like I mentioned earlier, down the line, it could go down, or some other methodologies might come and take it over. But now the DevOps Institute, they have provided a survey result saying that the response to job hiring, whenever there is a job posted there, the response to DevOps is slightly higher when compared to other jobs, right? That's what they're given here. And on the right-hand side, we can see a graphical representation given by IT Jobs Watch, where they have mentioned DevOps is having an upward curve or slightly over the benchmark, or slightly over the threshold when compared to other IT-related jobs. Okay, so by all means, I'm just telling that DevOps is currently in trend. Whoever wants to hop onto that journey, hop on, but don't fall for the trendy thing. Okay, it won't help us in any way unless we understand how these things work. We should be able to move on to the next change. We will be able to adapt ourselves to the next change. Okay, blindly following the trend will lead us to a dead end. That's kind of a experience many of us would have had. All right. Okay. Now, the next part of our presentation is the benefits that DevOps can offer. Okay, that is one of the important things that we need to discuss so that we know why we need to bring it in. Okay, there are a few benefits. Let's go through one by one. Streamlined, frequent, high-quality software. Yeah, that's the first thing we are doing. Our end users will start using our product at the quickest possible time. Remember, by DevOps, we don't mean to provide them a whole chunk of system. Their entire requirements will be broken down. That's where the Scrum, if you have heard about this, agile methodologies, Scrum, your product backlogs, sprint backlogs, all those things come into place. All right. So, but we are providing a usable piece of software for the end user at the quickest possible time. And let's say when I mean sprint will be a maximum of 2 to 3 weeks. So for every 3 weeks, our end user is going to have an added on feature. They will feature number 1, they did it. And the next 3 weeks, they're going to have a feature number 2, they're going to start using it. All right. Overall organization's performance is improved because when we are going to do things in a planned way that can reach the end user at the quickest possible time, yes, obviously our organization will be able to perform well with a good reputation. Trust and collaboration among teams. This is one of the key benefits that we are going to have, right? So not only on that is a cross-skill collaboration will also happen. A developer who has no knowledge on networking and deployment kind of thing will get to know what exactly they are doing. Similarly, a person who is all the way, let's say he's a database administrator or a network engineer, he will get in to see what these developers are actually doing, how they are able to do. And then he will slowly pick up some simple scripts to write some configuration, to automate his process. All those things, they are actually happening. Okay, I'm not making things up. I'm telling it out of our experience. That is what we have been going through, right? It's a win-win situation for engineers who are involved in this DevOps and to the management. For engineer, it's a sense of achievement. Right? He will be continuously working on that. That's one thing that is really a crucial thing. Right? He will be working on this. The next thing they will be doing or picking up the next job, and once they finish it, they push it over to the testers, and they will picking up things. So they feel that they are onto something. It gives a sense of pride in a way that they can do and achieve certain things. Okay, when you see your end product is being used by your end users, that gives a sense of achievement. Yeah, that is what this one of the key benefits that we can see. And yes, it is a win-win situation for management as well. They ultimately have to finish up and software development and get it into the market. So that can be achieved at the quickest possible time, and that is streamlined. No time wasted in any manual errors. So they are happy too. Improved MTTR during outage. MTTR stands for mean time to recover. Okay, when there is an outage basically means your entire stuff goes down. Yeah. By using DevOps, like we said, we have simpler and smaller deployments. We should be able to recover it quickly and in a sequence if needed. All right. Outage should not happen. There should be other retrospects need to be done for that part. That's beyond the scope of this. But recovering from the outage is what we are looking at. Better manage unplanned work. So every task, every single thing that we are going to do it in this development cycle when it comes to DevOps, start with agile methodologies of doing things. Things are to be planned. There are ad hoc tasks coming in that can be easily integrated into the schedule. That is possible, and they are doing that. So this better managed unplanned work often comes with ad hoc change, ad hoc feedback sometimes. So we should be able to manage it properly within this DevOps pipeline or this DevOps phases. Okay, so these are a few benefits that I can think over my head for doing this presentation. There are plenty, yeah. But this will give you a better understanding or a better idea of what benefits the DevOps can bring it to you as an engineer or as an individual or to a team and an organization. Okay, now to the most important part of DevOps, the challenges. Okay. There are four main important challenges that DevOps, that a team or an organization will face when they want to implement the DevOps culture. Okay, the first thing is cultural shift. Teams and individuals to make significant change in mindset, attitude, and the way they work. This is a real tough task. We can't go and ask a person to change the way he works, to change the entire process that their team is going through so that they can shift to DevOps. No, that is a tough task. And it has to be handled very diplomatically, very professionally. That cultural shift, that might even take some time to do that shift. Okay, but we have to do it. And that cultural shift will be our first step towards a successful DevOps implementation. Management buy-in. Success achieved when changes happen at the highest point. We can't expect a two-person team to follow a DevOps and then they can deploy it everywhere. It has to come from organization. So organization needs to understand the value that DevOps can bring into it. That is how they get. The previous company before Tech Mahindra, I was working for a electronic manufacturing services where we had a small team of four members. It's a 4-member team which I was leading. That is when we started picking up about this DevOps, and we started working on it. We achieved success to a certain extent, which was cascaded to the higher levels. And then the entire assembly line, we were able to involve our other vendors to just follow the DevOps process. And it was one of a good learning point or learning curve for me at that point of time. But that was possible only when the management understands that this will definitely bring advantage. This will definitely bring value to the team and to the team's effort, teamwork. Then management has to buy in that. Yeah. Then comes the siloed teams. Siloed teams is basically sometimes it's a hard nut to crack. Yeah, because they will have like kind of historical conflicts and disputes. It happens in organizations. Department A don't like the way Department B is handling things, and then the cooperation between them will not be good, right? That will hinder our movement or our progress in the project. As a project lead, you will be seeing that two different teams, they are like arch rivals and fighting with each other, right? So gelling them and bringing them together, making them to work hand in hand, yes, it is another Himalayan task. You have to go through that. The siloed teams is always is going to be a task for us to handle. It's a challenge for us to handle. Yeah. When the hard to change, usually organizations or individuals or teams, they resist change. Okay, so unless the benefits are not articulated clearly, or if the teams or the individual is not understanding the benefits that this particular change is going to give you, it's not easy for us to bring in that change. Okay, so these are the challenges that we need to address. Definitely, we need to address for us to implement DevOps successfully. Okay, pipeline. As I was telling you earlier, we need to understand this term. We need to get ourselves used to this term when we are on a DevOps journey, right? Okay. Pipeline is basically, why do we call this a pipeline? Whatever you're seeing that in this slide is, let me put it very simply. It starts from a point A where the requirements are analyzed and planned, and then we have users, developers do the code, and they follow our steps, and we go to a last stage of deployment, and the end user gets the product. This is, why do we call this a pipeline? Because they are interconnected. They are interconnected. Nothing can function individually without the others. Okay, so usually we will expect folks to have knowledge on any of these phases that we are seeing. That anyone from any department, any team. That is the reason why we call it as a cross-functionality skills. Okay, so this pipeline, what I'm showing you is, we start with plan, where we do the requirement analysis, we do a collaboration, we have developers writes code and checks the code into repositories. Code version is maintained in the source code version control. Yeah, and then code is compiled and built into deployable artifacts in the build phase. And in the artifacts phase, we have an actual output of a code. It could be a library, it could be an executable, it could be a web app, basically. Yeah. And then we have a staging, where we can set up our staging environment. We have our user acceptance testing, followed by a production setup. We get approval. Once the setup is ready, we get approval. Then we go for deployment. Whatever I have given here is, like I mentioned earlier, it's a bare minimum, the simplest form of pipeline. Not necessarily this should be the exact pipeline. You can have multiple variations of this pipeline, but anyone who starts their journey with DevOps, this could be a very good starting point. Okay, just to understand what these different phases are, why they are interconnected. Traditionally, these things, these stages will function independently, and traditionally these function will come into scene only when the previous stage is completed. Now that is not the case anymore. Okay, so the continuous integration will be happening. So you can't wait until the next thing. It will be continuously flowing. All right, so that's where we call it as a pipeline, a DevOps pipeline. A DevOps pipeline basically means you're going to have a CI/CD, continuous integration, continuous delivery. So they will call it as a DevOps pipeline or DevOps CI/CD or simply the CI/CD. Okay. Now we take the same pipeline, and I'm going to show you what are the different tools, the tool stacks we can use it. We call it a tool chain because all these tool chains, they are interlinked with each other. These tools can communicate with each other. So now this open source community is actively working on it. So any tool will have a plugin to another tool that can interface with each other. That is the idea here. That is why when it comes to DevOps, rather than saying what kind of tool you are using, we just say tool chain. Tool chain will help you to come out with a whole stack of technical tools that helps you to complete your pipeline, your CI/CD. For planning, we can have Jira, Confluence, which is Atlassian products. For us to code, you can use a Visual Studio Code, Eclipse, that's for Java, I believe, Visual Studio, if you are into Microsoft related development. For version control, we can use Bitbucket, again, an Atlassian product, GitHub, Subversion. For build, we can use Bamboo, Jenkins, Maven. And for artifacts, you can have Docker. Docker is also can be used as a container images. Container storage also possible. I just clubbing both the container images and the artifacts into one. Okay, because I mentioned it's a bare minimum pipeline. We can use Nexus repository. We can use JFrog repository. To stage your to create your staging environment, we can use Ansible, Terraform, which can be considered, which are infrastructure as code tools. Okay, and then for your testing, we can use JUnit, XUnit, Selenium. Yeah, there are plenty of other stuff as well. Again, to do a production setup, you can use Chef, Puppet, Ansible, Terraform. If you are into AWS, you can use CloudFormation. Yeah, and then once you are into deployment, you can use digital AI release. Okay, like I mentioned earlier, I have worked in all of these tools, so that is the reason why I'm giving out here. Each of this tool has an alternate. There's no question about it. Like for example, deploy, I'm using a licensed software. You can obviously search for an open source or a free software as well. They are available. You can get a free one, get your hands dirty, and then move on to a licensed product. Yes, those are also possible. All right, the entire pipeline can be set up free of cost. I mean, free of cost, but deploying and stuff, running a server, you definitely need to pay, and that's where cloud technology is coming down to us with us. Which reduces the operational cost drastically. All right, you can take some time to read about the cloud systems that are available, which helps the operational cost, the infrastructure operational cost, how it is helping us to cut cost on those things. Okay. Okay, let's move on to the last part of this presentation, DevSecOps. Okay, I'm just going to give you an overview of what DevSecOps is all about. We are not going to deep dive into it because, like I said, it's a huge topic by itself to cover, right? And this is not a time and place for us to do that. We can have a separate session if we get a chance. DevOps basically is development, operation, and security, right? Security, by all means, has to be an integrated part of the development life cycle. There is no second thought about it. But the traditional world, what it does is the entire flow is being done. Then the security team comes in. They will check every stage and they will insert their security-related stuff into that. That is what a traditional world will be doing. That, again, causes delay. We have issues, and when the security team finds a flaw, we have to go back all the way to the first square one, start from the beginning. Okay, so DevSecOps is to achieve security by default. When you are in any phase of this DevOps pipeline that we discussed earlier, security should be there. Okay, that is the ultimate goal that we would like to achieve, security by default. Agility of security in each phase of DevOps. And security is also should be able to, just like why we are using DevOps, and we are ready for changes, rapid changes. Similarly, the security world is also changing. It's also rapidly growing. The growth, the security threat is real. And it's developing, and though it is developing at the wrong side, it is there. So we have to ensure that this DevSecOps can be as agile as it can be, so that it can fit into any part of or almost all part of the DevOps space. Okay, and security as code. Infrastructure as code, security should also be as code, and that has to be a culture. Like I said, it has to be a change in the mindset. We can't force someone to have security as a separate entity and push into the phase, into the pipeline. No, we have to integrate security as code into the pipeline. Okay. DevOps, we need DevOps because security needs to cope up with DevOps space. The tools that we saw earlier, the pipeline is very simple. The pipeline can be changed. New additional stages can be added there as and when the DevOps is rapidly increasing. The speed at which DevOps is developing is quite fast. So security needs to cope up with that. DevOps provides agility to keep abreast. Okay, so as of now, we are not left behind that much. With the DevSecOps also has come out with some really smart tools that goes well with our DevOps pipeline. Okay, it easily integrates into the pipeline as a tool. Okay, so when I say as a tool, you write this code and just put it inside there. Okay. Okay, so DevOps testing. We can do three types of testing. I mean, we are talking from a very broader perspective. Okay, so the three types are software composition analysis, static analysis security testing, dynamic analysis security testing. Okay, let's quickly look into each of them. Software composition analysis is to check the third-party library to identify outdated or any vulnerable libraries. What do I mean by third-party libraries? Folks who are into development now, you should be familiar with this package managers. NPM is Node Package Manager. PIP is for Python. NuGet is for .NET or Microsoft-related development package manager. And there are plenty of other package managers. So when you say package managers, any developer can develop a library, add it to this package manager, add it to this package. So we need to do a software composition analysis as and when we are using these libraries, because now the open source community is quite active, and software development community is slowly, they look forward to use open source software a lot. Okay, so in that case, we take up those libraries, we just use it along with our core software engine. But we have to ensure that those libraries are safe to be used. And that is where our software composition analysis comes into place. DevSecOps achieves that. Okay. Then we have a static analysis security testing that is called SAST. So in DevOps terms, they don't go for the full form, SAST and DAST. Okay. So when you hear this word, just understand what they are. SAST is a white box security testing. Basically, white box, most of you should be aware of it. Persons who are very familiar with the source code structure, the internal architecture of the software, they will perform this kind of white box security testing. SQL injection, cross-scripting, cross-site scripting, if you know what I mean, those are very malicious and very dangerous. Though they look simple, they are very dangerous. In fact, those kind of things have to be picked up, cleared, alert the pipeline, stop the pipeline, alert it, hey, this particular part of your code has this, get it changed, and then continue your pipeline. Yeah. Then once this is raised, we go back to our developers, the cycle reiterates. Yeah. The dynamic analysis security testing, it is the DAST, as I mentioned. It is a black box security testing. Like black box testing is basically a tester who doesn't have any knowledge about this source code structure, architecture. No, they just look at the outer appearance of the software, and then they will just try to test it with in a malicious way. Yeah. So those are like deployment specific issues. Those has to be inspected. Those has to be verified by our DevSecOps tools. Okay. Okay. Now we take the example of the same pipeline that we discussed earlier. One point that I forget to mention there is, when I say a pipeline, do not think that this is one, it runs once and then a software is deployed. No. This is an iterative cycle. Let's say if you're familiar with what I mean by sprint, a sprint will run for 2 to 3 weeks. So every 2 to 3 weeks, this cycle will run. This cycle will be running over and over, or within the 2 to 3 weeks, it will be running multiple times. You never know. Okay, so this is a pipeline that can be run as many times as you want. That is one of the major advantage of DevOps from a technical perspective. All right, now I am integrating the security features into my pipeline. So after the artifacts is build is done, artifacts are there. Now that is where I put a SaaS, because my developers might have taken up third-party libraries. They have built an application or a library or a web application, for example. So what I need to do is I need to scan through all these third-party libraries that my developers use. And a couple of tools that I have used so far is SonarQube or Fortify SCA. Yeah, the static code analyzer from Fortify. Fortify, I think it's a company called Micro Focus, if I'm not mistaken. So they will, once you get to know their tool, they will provide you the right way of integrating into their pipeline. Just code, just write some code into the plan. It will take care of it. Okay, and then once I'm in my UAT, I can do a dust. Remember, folks, these things you not necessarily has to be in a particular order, right? It really depends on your requirement, depends on your nature of your project, right? So for dust, we have used Fortify Web Inspect. Okay, Web Inspect is very specific to web services, web applications, and related services. It will literally crawl into your web application files and pick things up there from there. It can literally list down all the input boxes if you want, input fields that you have, input components you have, and we can trigger an automated testing by populating those input fields. Yeah. You have a production setup which has been done, and then you can do an infra scan, which means once I have my production setup, all the files that have been done there, now I can do even an infrastructure setup. Infrastructure setup will help me to identify not only from a application level, I can scan this entire infrastructure from an OS level, operating system level. We have used a tool called Nessus. So you go into Nessus, you tell them which server you actually want to scan. That guy will go in and it will scan the entire operating system and will come out and say, this operating system needs some patches. The Java runtime is outdated. It will come out with its own report. Okay. So then if you have an issue, again, we can go back to the production setup, fix those issues. Even if you want, we can go back to the UAT, do things, get it tested, come back here and do a Nessus scan there, infrastructure scan. Once that is done, you can do an approval, deploy it. Now you can use a WAF deploy. Okay, WAF basically stands for Web Application Firewall, right? The Web Application Firewall basically filters the HTTP traffic between the web application and internet. Okay, so how does it differ from a normal firewall? The normal firewall basically places a barrier between the external and the internal network traffic. Okay, that's what the firewall does. Whereas the WAF will help us to monitor and filter the HTTP traffic, right? AWS, the Amazon Web Service, they are providing the WAF as a managed service. There are plenty of others as well. So far, I have used AWS the WAF. Okay, so that can help us to safeguard. That will be our first line of defense, so that we can at least stop the traffic from unknown IPs or an IP range kind of thing. Those kind of configurations can be done there as well. Okay. These are a few sites that I refer to pick up some of the information that I shared with you so far. And yes, that will wrap up our session for today. I wish you all a happy DevOps. Try to embark on the journey. I'm pretty sure you will get excited. It's all about get your hands dirty, and then things would fall into place. Thank you all once again for this wonderful session. Thank you, Tara.
Thank you, Mr. AJ. Thank you so much for this session. We really have benefited from it, and I hope everybody else also does. So with this, I would like to call upon our seventh session speaker, which is Professor Dr. Arti Regaraj from SRM University, India, to speak to us about Internet of Things. Now, Dr. Arti obtained her PhD in wireless sensor networks from Anna University, Chennai, India, during the year of 2014. She did her MTech in Digital Communication from BMS College of Engineering, Bangalore, during 2001. She had her MBA from Madurai Kamaraj University in Marketing Research through DLP during the year of 1997. And she did her BE in Electronics and Communication Engineering from Periyar Maniammai College of Technology for Women, Tanajavur, during 1994. She has 23 years of teaching experience, including 4 years of research experience. Dr. Arti, how are you?
I'm fine. Thank you. Thank you, Tara. I'm fine.
I thank you also for being here. Would you like to share some slides with us?
Yes.
Please
Come
do.
again.
Yeah. Would you like to share some slides with us?
Yes, I'm sharing my screen.
All right, sure.
Is my screen visible?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, thank you.
Is it possible to make it full screen?
Yeah, I'm making it.
Sure.
Is it okay?
It's perfect. So I will leave your good self now for your session.
Yeah, thank you so much, Tara.
Thank
Good
you.
afternoon, everyone. Myself, Dr. R. Aarti from SRM Chennai. I would like to talk on Internet of Things. So to start with, let us see about evolution of Industrial Revolution 4.0 and how this Internet of Things is being connected to this evolution of IR 4.0. Next, we'll see about this history of IoT, then how these smart systems are being driven by this IoT. Next, let us jump into this architecture of IoT and the elements that constitute to form this IoT, and the standards are the efforts to support this IoT with some applications and case study. Okay, to start with this evolution of Industrial Revolution 4.0, the way back, if you see the timeline, in the year 1784, first mechanical loom, that is first industrial revolution, was born with the support of water, power and steam engine, and this mechanization came into picture. By the walks of its life towards 1870, first assembly line with the support of electricity, the second industrial revolution could able to give us a support of mass production. Okay, then walking through during this 1969, first PLC setup was done with the support of third industrial revolution, where we could able to automate it, where we could able to compute it, and where we got this electronic support also. So walking away from this 1969 towards as of today, we were into fourth industrial revolution, what we mention it as IR 4.0 or I 4.0, which constitutes artificial intelligence, human computer interaction, robotics, big data, fog and mobile cloud, cloud computing, Internet of Things, internet, open source, of course they say it as a blockchain. So all these parameters constitute our Industrial Revolution 4.0, where today's topic for discussion of Internet of Things also comes under this IR 4.0. So what is this Internet of Things? How do we define this Internet of Things? So we'll split this definition into two parts. One is the Internet, the other one is the things. So as of the Internet, we all knew, we are using it. It is a global network containing millions of embedded hardware devices that provides a variety of information and communication facilities. Okay, so each device supported with internet has got an unique ID and the IP address. So the internet protocol address, IP address, that identifies the location, drives the network and routes the internet traffic. When compared to coming to these things, things refers to any physical object that has got its own IP address and can connect to your network. Okay, so the things can be of a human, an animal, building, energy station, smartphones, and whatnot. So all together, put together, they form the Internet of Things. So looking into this history of Internet of Things, during 1800s, first electronic communication devices have been created with the support of telegraph and machine and radio. Then in 1926, Tesla envisioned a wireless internet connections, okay, internet connected world. So he has said that when wireless is perfectly applied to the whole earth, will be converted into a huge brain. That is what today in this pandemic we are enjoying it, or we are dealing with, we can say. So in 1989, Tim Berners-Lee, he has proposed the World Wide Web. Then in 1990, mid of 1990s or 1999, we all have got our rise of internet boom, where the devices can be connected together. And in this MIT Auto ID Center, they have found this Internet of Things during 1999. So by 2000, LG, it's a famous brand who has announced the first internet operating refrigerator. So in 2005, if you see this United Nations, they have mentioned IoT in a International Telecommunication Union report, right? So in 2011, we could come out with this Internet Protocol version 6, IPv6, that has launched with various Internet Protocol addresses, which could able to support hundreds plus of devices in the earth. So in 2002, we had this Ambient Orb. They have released and displayed Dow Jones Personal Finance and Weather Report with the support of internet data. In 2008, IPSO Alliance, they have promoted the use of internet protocol devices in a connected devices. So in 2013, Intel, a famous brand, they have launched this Internet of Things Solutions Group. So from 2018 onwards, as of today, we could able to see the birth and rise of Internet of Things. So with the support of this Internet of Things, we can connect more number of people to more number of devices. So this graph shows you this world population and the connected devices with the connected persons per device. So by 2020, they have planned that 7.6 billion of world population could able to connect the 50 billion devices, where 6.5% of people could able to get connected by 2020. But today we are in 2021, where we are practically realizing the support of Internet of Things, which has crossed 8 billion as of now because of this pandemic situations as on today. So what does this IoT paradigm states us, or what it teaches us? If you look into this paradigm, they have divided into 5 things. One is started with collection of data. Okay, so the more data that is being created, the more understanding you can have and the more wisdom can be given to the people. That is what the paradigm states us. So these data are being collected in the form of a text or symbols, and that information has been answered with the support of 4W, who, what, where, and when questions are being put up to those information, and those questions are being answered with the support of knowledge, how to obtain the solution to the information we have collected through the data, and at last the appreciation of understanding comes with the support of why. So we call this as 5W1H, where, when, who, what, why, and how. Okay, so after understanding, the entire knowledge or the entire data collected have been evaluated and been given as wisdom. Okay, so the less important given to the data in earlier days has given a benefit to humanity as a wisdom as on today with the support of IoT paradigm. So the more data that is being created, the better understanding you get and the wisdom of people can attain more. This is what is the IoT paradigm says us. Next, if you see the projected market share of IoT applications by 2025, we could able to see this pie chart where your manufacturing takes 33% and healthcare takes 41%. That is absolutely true. By 2025, we can see that healthcare industry obtains 41% of IoT support, and rest all comes for urban infrastructure, electricity, agriculture, retail, etc. Those are the potential economic impact of the size of IoT applications that is being utilized, and the projected score by 2025 with the support of IoT is 41% for healthcare and 33% for manufacturing industry. So how this Internet of Things are being combined, are being driven? So we call that as a smart system. Smart, what is smart? Smart, we say it as a specific, measurable, automatic or adaptation. You have to be respectful and thoughtful. So all these things combinations put under together to form a system, and we call that as a smart systems and the Internet of Things. So these one to one together, they have combined to form the support of sensors and actuators, connectivity, and people and process. So first we are going to sense the information, sense. Then we are going to connect and we are going to communicate it to the people with the support of the process. So this is how your Internet of Things are being driven with this combination. So what are these sensors and actuators? So they form the digital nervous system for the entire IoT. Okay. So we have got different types of sensors available. So those sensors can be used for different type of applications such as a position, motion, temperature, humidity, moisture, acoustic, chemical or gas, a flow or a force, a load, a pressure, or any leaks in the water pipe, electricity and magnetic, acceleration, machine vision, and optical ambient light. So many types of variety of sensor organs are being available today to measure the content present in the environment. Okay, so these sensors, they form the digital nervous systems for our smart systems combined with Internet of Things. So what is the second step? Connectivity with respect to the smart system. So these connectivity are being digitized and placed onto the networks. So we classify the type of networks as PAN, LAN, MAN, and WAN respectively: personal area network, local area network, metropolitan area network, and wide area network. With the support of IEEE standards, we could able to connect or communicate to devices such as, you can see on the left hand side, the QR code, quick response code, then RFID tag, then Bluetooth, Wi-Fi. Now we are into LTE advanced, and we are into jumping into the era of 5G, fifth generation of communication. Okay. So this is how the connectivity is being supporting the smart systems as well as the Internet of Things. So third setup, if you see for the smart system, are the people and the process. So the people and process has to be bi-directional actually. They have to integrate the data collected through the sensors, and they have to process the data. The processed data has to be properly communicated through the network, either to the people or to the machine. Machine intelligence, they say it as an artificial intelligence. So the data collected through the sensors has to be connected or communicated to the people, or it has to be processed and it has to reach the destination with the support of Internet of Things. So how we are going to unlock the massive potential of Internet of Things? So we have seen that sensors are present in the environment to sense the content that has to be converted into your data. The data, with the support of communication, it will get processed and reach the people. Is it not? So how we are going to unlock the massive potential of Internet of Things? So first thing it comes to in our mind is cost. With the help of or the support of reduced cost, we need to develop a new revenue stream where the data or the created innovative services has to be put up with the improved performances. What is this improved performance? Improved performance in the sense data rate has to be high, cost has to be less, occupied bandwidth should be very less, and the energy, of course, it has to be very less. But it should give us the maximum utility, okay, maximum performance in the internet. So first thing we see it is a data rate and the speed. Okay. Next, reduced cost. Next, reduced support of energy or power. Okay. All these things put up together gives us the improved performance. So the availability of Internet of Things has to look into all these potential available so that we could able to effectively utilize the support of Internet of Things. So the interaction between these entities such as here sensors, connectivity, people and process can create good number of smart applications and services. So few applications I have given. First one is a smart thermostats. Second one is connected cars. Two cars going parallelly in a highway can able to talk to each other. Then activity trackers, this app we have it in our cell phone where it could able to check our activity, that how far we have walked, or we have done a jogging, or we have done an exercise. So all the activity undertaking by the human being can be tracked. And we have got a smart outlets where our device location can be easily identified by the Google search, and the parking sensors in your street light. So everything, every activity, everything present in the environment is being watched by the internet, right? That is what we call it as an Internet of Things. So what is this? We have seen the basics of Internet of Things, what it can do actually. But how it is being built upon, that is what we say it as an architecture. So looking into this IoT architecture, they have classified into 4 different types. One is a 3-layered architecture, basic architecture. We say it as a perception layer, network layer, and application layer. Middleware, the entire perception is being classified into existed alone application system, access layer or edge technology. Then that network layer, they call it as backbone network layer, coordination layer, middleware layer. Then comes your application layer. So looking into the third type of support to the IoT architecture is SOA based, that is service oriented architecture. The object will be present, that object abstraction will be connected to the network where the services can be managed and composed with the support of any application. That is what is a service oriented architecture based architecture, right? So next is 5th layer or 5-layer IoT architecture based upon the object abstraction and service management. Along with the application layer, they include the business layer also. That forms the 5th layer of your IoT architecture. So IoT architecture, if you see, they have started with 3 layers, then they defined the middleware, then gradually proceeded towards service oriented architecture, then 5-layer has been formed. So what are the IoT elements consist of? If you look into this IoT elements, first it has to identify the environment. Next, it has to sense the content present in the environment. Third, it has to communicate. After communicating, the data has to be processed or computed, and the service has to be given with the support of the semantic networks available in the globe. So IoT elements consist of identification, sensing, communication, computation, services, and semantics. All together sum up to form the Internet of Things. So what are the common operating systems that can able to support our IoT environment? The IoT environment makes use of operating system Tiny OS, Contiki, Light OS, Riot OS, and Android. The supported language can be Nessie, C, C++, and Java. Okay, so these type of operating systems can be done using event-based programming or multi-threading or with the support of dynamic memory available with us, right? So how the building blocks and technologies of the IoT elements supports these OS. So as I said, the IoT elements are identification, sensing, communication, computation, service, and semantic. Each identification, it has got a sample with the support of naming and addressing of your internet protocol version 4 and 6. Sensing, normally we have smart sensors, wearable sensors, embedded sensors, actuators, and RFID tag. Communication, yeah, we have this RFID as a basic one, then Bluetooth, then IEEE 802.15.4, Wi-Fi, LTE, advanced everything. Computation can be put up in the form of software as well as hardware. Hardware, if you see, Arduino Uno board, Raspberry Pi, BeagleBone is there, smartphones are there. Software, as I said, Contiki, TinyOS helps us to compute the content. And service is identity related, either a shipping, you can track the RFID tag, information aggregation, you can put up in the form of smart grid, or collaborative aware, that is smart home. Smart home in the sense your IoT can control entire home. If you put up a sensor for a light or fan or a refrigerator or your TV or your mobile phones and whatnot. Semantic is RDF, OWL, and EXA. Okay, those are the networks that supports your Internet of Things. So, having learned about the architecture and the elements supporting this IoT with the support of the operating system and the IoT element samples, next we look into the standardization efforts with support of IoT. Normally, they take this IoT into different types of protocols. One is influential protocol, which takes the help of IEEE standards. Next is infrastructure protocol. If you see this infrastructure protocol, we have this physical layer, link layer, network layer, and routing layer. That also takes the support of IEEE 802.15.4, Zigbee architecture, and 6-low WPAN. Everyone is aware of it, with the support of Internet Protocol version 4 and version 6, and routing protocol layer. So first is influential, second is infrastructure, service discovery is DNS server we have. What we doesn't know in support of IoT is application protocol. Variety of applications are available, but how to choose the protocol that supports your application, that is very, very important. If you see this application protocol, we have DDS, CoAP, AMQP, MQTT, MQTT-SN, XMPP, HTTP REST. Okay, so I would like to throw some light about application protocol that supports the IoT. So to start with that, first application protocol, what I have taken here is a constraint application protocol, that is CoAP. So this CoAP, you can see this black color arrow mark is for CoAP communication, and green color indicates the HTTP communication. Okay, so that is your REST internet. Okay, from where we have obtained this CoAP, that is constraint application protocol. The answer is available in the question itself, in the definition itself, constraint application protocol. What this Internet Engineering Task Force, they have taken the constraint restful environment. We call that core working group. That core is nothing but constraint restful environment. They have created this CoAP, which defines a web transfer protocol, based on REST. What is this REST? REST is representational state transfer on top of HTTP functionalities. So what actually a CoAP environment contains? It takes the support of REST internet. That CoAP proxy gives the content to the server, and it is being given to the client. Or either way, the client gives the content to the server, it goes to the proxy, and it leads to the internet. So as I said, this CoAP constraint application protocol, it defines a web transfer protocol. It is meant only for web transfer. Okay, so this is the first support of application protocol that supports our Internet of Things. Second one is MQTT. This is quite interesting. This is message query telemetry transport. So here we have only three players. First player is a publisher, and intermediate player is your broker, and your receiver is going to be a subscriber. Okay, so what is this MQTT? That is message query telemetry protocol. This was introduced by two persons, Andy Stanford and Clark from IBM, and Arian Nipper of Arkham. Now they call it as Eurotalk in 1999, and they have standardized this MQTT in 2013. Okay, so this MQTT, it aims at connecting embedded devices and networks with applications and middleware. This is where you can show your interest. This MQTT supports embedded devices and networks with respect to applications. So the publisher will publish the content, the broker will receive, he will see the topics, accordingly the token will be generated and it will be given to the subscriber. Okay, so the publisher is the environment, your broker can be your Arduino Uno, and your subscriber may be your Internet of Things or the receiver who is interested to get the benefit of your message query telemetry transport. Okay, so this is for your embedded devices and networks. So this MQTT, it has got its own message format. Okay, that message format, you can use it and you can write a program for it, and you can connect it to the embedded devices available, so that you can make the things happen with the support of IoT. Third type of protocol that supports your application for IoT is Extensible Messaging and Presence Protocol, that is XMPP. Here we have got a server, a clients are there, that communication will go to the gateway, from the gateway it goes to the internet. Okay, so this XMPP, it was developed by Jaber open source community. Mainly it supports the open source, secure, spam-free and decentralized messaging protocol. So this is an instant messaging services where it is utilized for multi-party chatting, voice and video calling and telepresence. So what is this multi-party chatting? We all are enjoying the Twitter, Instagram, Facebook and your WhatsApp. These things comes under your party chatting. And voice and video calling, yeah, we are doing our conference calling now. We are doing a WhatsApp call. All these things comes under your extensible messaging and presence protocol. Okay, so server will hold the client. The client will be passed on through the gateway across the internet, so that the person present in the other person or other destination also could able to join for your multi-party chatting. Okay, so this practically we are enjoying this type of application protocol with respect to Internet of Things. So next type is advanced message queuing protocol. Yeah, as the name indicates, queuing, the information content can be put up in the queue so that the receiver can able to receive it. So here your publisher is going to be your sender, and your AQMP broker acts as a channel, so that your subscriber who is going to receive the content will receive the information in the form of queue. So this is an open standard application layer protocol, mainly focusing on message oriented environments. So it could able to support reliable communication via message delivery guarantee that includes at least once and exactly once. So the best example what we are enjoying now is safe and secure OTP, one-time password. When you get into the internet banking, or if you want to pay for any online purchase, you will be getting a one-time password, is it not? So that one-time password is being done by this advanced message queuing protocol. So the publisher is a sender, AMQP acts as a broker. So queue will be followed up, because in the fraction of a second we don't know how many number of persons will be doing the internet transaction in mobile banking or internet banking, or we don't know how many of them are doing online purchasing. So everyone's number has to receive a one-time password, so that it has to be very safe and secure, is it not? So this advanced message queuing protocol supports the queue. You can wait in the queue and you can receive your OTP, so that your sender or receiver can able to get the things done, right? So this is the best example of your advanced message queuing protocol. Okay. Last one is your data distribution service. So you can take many number of applications. Your sender is a publisher, as I told you. He can write the data. he can disseminate the data to the network so that the receiver can able to receive it and he can read it via the data object, or you call that as a data distribution service domain present as a channel. Okay, so this mainly data distribution service is meant for real-time machine-to-machine communications that has been developed by object management group. So in contrast to other publish or subscribe application protocols like MQTT or AMQP, this data distribution service, it relies on brokerless architecture. A broker is not needed here, so that it can use the multicasting and it can able to bring the quality of service excellent one, and it is very highly reliable. So this is meant mainly for production industry or manufacturing industry in order to achieve the machine to machine communication. That is what is your data distribution service, right? So we have seen about the application protocols such as QAP, MQTT, XMPP, AMQP, DDS. Next, we will see how these convergence of technology trending such as social media, mobile networks, analytics, now they say it as a data analytics or big data, and cloud technology or cloud computing, all together, all these things are put together to form the IoT application. So only I have quoted the example of one-time password for safe and secure banking transaction, and I have told this social media such as WhatsApp, Telegram, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, everything for your conference calling, WhatsApp call, video call, multiple person chatting or multiple person video calling, everything all together, convergence of technology. Everyone uses its own IEEE standards, so that is being given as a form of IoT applications. So what these IoT applications can give us? The foundational service. The foundational services can be image recognition, voice or speech recognition, localization, physiological or psychological detection, security and privacy, with the support of smart homes, smart cities, smart energy, transport services, healthcare, agriculture, education, industry, government, sports, retail industry, and IoT infrastructure. So variety of applications are present. Whenever you go through the road, go through a lane, just observe the environment. What are the things you could able to sense it? What are the things you could able to hear it? How you can able to put a sensor, form a network, take one application, choose one application from the environment, just deploy the sensors, connect it to your Arduino Uno or connect it to your Raspberry Pi, and take the data, process the data with the support of application protocol that can able to support your IoT. Then see the magic, what it is, what you could able to explore or what you could able to learn. Then your wisdom will speak. So that is what is your IoT application is. So with the support of my students, I have executed one project named as IoT based smart segregation bin, where we have taken a bin, we have partitioned the bin, and we have dumped the waste into that bin, where we have posted this. You can see this 1 2 3. One is ultrasonic sensor, 2 is IR sensor, 3 is plastic sensor. We have put up blower over there with the support of servo motor. It has been connected to the Arduino Uno, then node MCU, then to the web page. Web page is nothing but your Internet of Things, right? So this is the idea we have discussed, and our students have executed with the circuit connection. They have taken this Arduino Uno board with the support of node MCU. They have connected the circuit board connection, and those components, what are the things put up in the main slide, those components are being fit up in the segregation bin. After connecting it, they could able to get the final outlet like this in this form. This is for just a trial purpose we have done, and you can see that a collection of waste is being put up there. The blower could able to take the waste, and it has got the ability to segregate it in two ways. You can see here the bin is being partitioned, and the blower could able to consider the waste, and it has decided whether it is going to be a reusable one or not reusable. Accordingly, it has divided the waste and put up in the different partition. It was a small idea done by our students here in our campus, so that we have succeeded in this. And you can see this monitor, that it gives you the real-time monitoring system of the segregation of the waste with the slot 1 and slot 2, its temperature and which date it has segregated it. So accordingly, we can able to have our real-time monitoring of various date and time. We can store the data. Okay, this is what is your main your IoT takes up major role here, which supports where your as I said here in our main thing, if you see, we have taken a bin, we have partitioned the bin for reusable waste and plastic waste, and we have put up a sensor over the entire bin with the support of air blower that has been connected with the servo motor given to Arduino Node MCU, and it has been connected to the web page, because the web page will give us the detail of we have taken this MQTT application protocol, and it could able to give us the data of when the waste has been segregated, so that its temperature level, date and time we could able to get it. And recently we have presented this in an international conference, and we have got an award also for this as a best paper. Just it's a sample idea of what I felt like showing it to you, so that you can make able to understand the basics of IoT easily. Okay, just to make you imagine the presence of environment, collection of data through the sensors, and make it as an application. Plenty of application protocol are available for IoT. You too can able to write a program coding and get it done with this IoT. So at last, the Internet of Everything is going to create and expand new market and services globally, and we are going to experience a better experiences and build better relationships with the entire globe. So the Cisco, they have made a survey that Internet of Everything is going to be your next decade, where in US dollar they have calculated it as to be 1.9 trillion, which could able to empower the people, increase the efficiency, and a deeper insight for greater decision making. So today our conference is also happening through this IoT only. So we could able to have a better experience and relationship global wise because of the support of internet. And moreover, to say that the Internet of Everything has poked its nose to medical things. Now they call it as Internet of medical of things, they say. Then industrial Internet of things, they say it on industry side, that is manufacturing side. Medical side, they say it as Internet medical of things, they are saying. So everywhere the internet is poking its nose to grow globally with the support of upcoming 5G technology, considering the data rate, speed, its efficiency, less energy and less cost. More data rate and more speed are being expected in the near future with the support of Internet of Things. So to conclude, I don't say it as a conclusion. The only limit is your imagination. You need to unleash your creativity to come out with a more IoT support. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doctor, and we also appreciate your good self presence here with us. And we would like now to invite Dr. Gunasekar Tangarasu, Head of Department for Pride at MAHSA Academy, to share with us the vote of thanks. Hi, Dr. Guna, how are you?
Yeah, very good. Thank you, Dr. Tara. So, I would like to, first of all, thanks to our Honorable Professor Tamsri Dato Dr. Haj Muhammad Hanifa bin Haj Abdullah, our Executive Chairman of MAHSA Groups, and the respected Dr. Shahrid, Managing Director of MAHSA Group, our respected Vice Chairman Dato Ikram, and Professor Allah Kesavara, Senior Director of MAHSA Group, Professor Sri Kumar Chakravarti, Research Director and Postgraduate Studies, for their time-to-time encouragement and motivations. And the next, I would like to thanks to our organizer of Faculty of Business, Finance, and Information Technology and Hospitality, our conference chairman, Associate Professor Dr. Surya, and our conference secretary, Dr. Pang, and our conference hall committee members and faculty members. Then a special thanks to our MAX manager, Ms. Theo, and supported by Dr. Abdullah and Markham unit. Then our most valuable distinguished invested guest, our speakers, presenter, especially from Dr. Dominic, Professor of University Technology Petronas, Malaysia. Mr. Ajay Vallabhai is the project leader, Tech Mahindra, Singapore. Dr. Arti, Professor SRM University, is Randeep Kapoor, is the Chief Technologist, Dale. Then Bergman and Kenny Things. Min Chung Lam is founder and CEO of Self-Driven Enterprise. Madeline Chow is the MAHSA Solutions Directors, and Dr. Manas Ranjan. So I would like to thanks to everyone to participating in the conference and sharing their valuable research and insight in the industries, and as well as for the educations. And our special thanks to our host and our MC, Dr. Tara. So thank you very much for all of our members, to their support and cooperation to making this MAHSA 2021 conference most successful. We hope to see you. This is the not end, so we hope to see you in the next MAHSA 2022 conference in the next year. So thank you very much for everyone for making this successful event and memorable for everyone.
Thank you so much, Dr. Guna. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the end of the opening ceremony of MAHSA University's International Conference on Industrial Revolution, Information and Communication Technology 2021, MIIRICT 2021, whereby we hereby would like to extend our deepest gratitude for each and every one of you for being here with us today. On behalf of MAHSA University and the Faculty of Business, Finance, Information Technology, and Hospitality, we would like to wish you all the best and please stay safe. As for our participants, I would like to invite you to join the parallel sessions that have been pre-prepared for you by your respective session chairs. My best wishes for everyone, and thank you so much for being here with us today.